I've collected and curated the most valuable content that I've created over the past 3 years, and I've put it together into this 4-hour conversion optimization masterclass where we go step by step from the more fundamental and basic stuff to the more advanced and then really expert level stuff that you need to do for your conversion rate optimization. We're going to start with the basics of conversion optimization, how to sell to people, how to persuade to people with this first video now. So hope you enjoy this whole masterclass and let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below.
I want to start with like the understanding of what is conversion optimization, right? Like a bunch of people throw it around almost as like a buzzword, right? Where they're like, you have to do CRO or you have to improve conversions or something like that. But it's more like a buzzword. So I want to break it down into what it really is and how you can actually apply this. So first, I want to start with this core concept, which helped me really do conversion optimization. What I think will also be really valuable for you, which is e-commerce isn't much different from offline sales, meaning 50 years ago, 100 years ago, we sold to people in like an offline store in like a retail space, or we would send out mail to them and then they would buy, right? Then that shifted from like the retail to like direct mailing, then it shifted to radio, then it shifted to television, then it shifted to the computer. And nowadays it's mostly Instagram and TikTok, right? Where you play out the ads and then you have a website where you push the traffic to. And what I see most of the times is that brand owners are overcomplicating this whole thing of like running ads and building a website just because it's like so detached, right? You're just in front of your computer. You don't really see a prospect or you don't really talk to a customer or something. And that's what I mean with detached. So it's pretty difficult to sit down staring at like a blank page or like a blank design. And now you have to come up with a sick creative that's grabbing their attention or like a nice landing page that's going to convert really well. So basically the website and the funnel and everything you show them is just an online sales pitch that you do with your prospect, right? And now you have to imagine doing this at scale because that's basically e-commerce, right? You have to break down what does your prospect need to see and need to believe and need to think in order to buy your product. Then you have to translate that into a certain creative that you can show them on Facebook or Instagram. And then you have to translate that into a certain landing page, product page, whatever, where they're going to buy. And then you do that at scale to thousands and hundreds of thousands of people, right? And that's basically e-commerce. But again, I feel like a lot of people are overcomplicating that and a lot of people are too detached from that and don't think about the end consumer and don't think about the people, the human beings that actually end up seeing the ad or buying the product. Meaning, and this is what I want you to focus on, is you're still selling to a human being, right? And while we are all different, we all look different, we all think different. What's really interesting, if you go down the psychology road, the psychology rabbit hole of consumer psychology and how people act and everything, is you will find that at the core of every single human being, from the evolutionary psychology perspective, everyone is the same. Meaning everyone at some point in their life wants to find a partner to mate. And the biggest fear of everyone is being alone or dying, right? Meaning number one is everyone wants to find a partner to mate. And number two is we all have this really deep fear deep down that we're not going to find somebody to mate or that we're dying one day, right? So, of course, everybody has their own characteristics, own beliefs, own desires, own pains. But if we break it down to the core principles, we are the same, right? We are all human beings. And building on this foundation idea, the brain also hasn't developed much over the past couple of thousands of years, right? Even though technology advances really fast, our brain up here that makes the decisions isn't developing that fast. So we still have the brain from like a couple of thousands of years ago, and now we are not like really catching up to the technology. And I've brought this visualization of this because basically like the brain in terms of like how it's wired is always the same, right? We need food, we need a partner, we need to sleep, we need to go out and hunt and all of that stuff. And this is all great, and you may ask now, hey Carl, that's great, but I didn't sign up for evolutionary class or psychology class. I want to know, how can I get somebody to buy something? How can I get someone to buy my product, right? And I want to dive deeper into this. So the question is, how do we get someone to buy something? And for me, selling, and this is, I didn't come up with this, some others came up with this, and then probably a bunch of trainers before. Selling is all about figuring out the current situation of your prospect, the desired situation of the prospect, and then positioning your offer as something that gets them from where they are to where they want to be. So basically having a really deep understanding of where is your prospect right now. What is the current situation of your prospect? What are the pain points? What are the routine? What are the thoughts? What are the anxiety, the emotions, and all of that stuff? And then secondly, getting a really good understanding of where does your prospect want to be? What are the desires of the prospects, the wishes, the dreams? Who do they want to be? And what are the desired emotions? And if you have a really, really crystal clear understanding of these two situations, you can then position your offer as a vehicle that gets them from where they are to where they want to be. And that's basically the art of selling something, right? And that's why people buy, because you tell them, hey, this is where you are. I perfectly understand you. And this is the offer that I have that's going to take you to where you want to be. And this is the cost that's associated with it, right? And this applies to all different types of products, right? Whether you're buying supplements, or whether you're buying fashion, or whether you're buying jewelry, or whether you're buying closets or whatever. It all comes down to this, right? Like, how is this product going to take me from where I am to where I want to be, right? Everyone is super selfish. Everyone is super egoistic. And these are the questions that you have to answer to your prospect in the creatives and on the landing pages. And yeah, this is like something of the coaching from Sam that I literally have this like printed out to remind me of this all the time. The art of sales is to create separation, right? If you master the art of pinning down the current situation of your prospect and pinning down the desired situation of your prospect, you can then best put you and the product that you're selling as the vehicle that takes them from where they are to where they want to be, right? So basically, conversion optimization is then just the art of communicating the offer in a way that it resonates with the prospect and gives them what they want. And then the creatives or the website are just the tool that's used to communicate this with visuals, with design, and with the copywriting that you have. And that's why I started with this whole thing of evolutionary psychology and how to sell, because basically the creatives and the websites are just tools, right? Like, I don't want to start with talking about the website because that's just showing people the information, right? And now I want to show you some different examples that are great page examples of different landing pages that we built for different products that are getting across these points really well. So the first one is Cocunat, right? This is a company from Spain that's selling skincare, hair care, and all of those different products. So what you can see here on this page is that directly in the first section, we talk about the desired situation of the customer, right? Reveal your most radiant glow. Say hello to the Nomisk, a new secret weapon to your beauty and the holy grail of fresh, clean, and impurity-free skin and body. Transform your skin now. It's cruelty-free, it's vegan, it's amazing, it's toxic-free, and all of that. So almost just in this like one section of the landing page, I get across the main value proposition and I pinpoint the desired situation of the prospect, right? I'm going to give you another good example. This is an example of Kinobody. He's a fitness influencer from Canada. And with him, we've been selling this offer basically of like testosterone with like a digital products. And if you see this above the fold, it's basically, again, pinpointing the desired situation of a young male audience, saying, hey, how everyday men are skyrocketing their testosterone levels and building a leaner and stronger body in 30 days. I've helped transform the bodies of 75,000 men to have higher ambition, more drive, and energy. And I will show you one last example of an ice bath that we've also built the page for. And I think this is driving the point home really well. So here, for example, we also show the images of happy customers. Then we say unlock peak performance, achieve peak performance through fast and optimized recovery with our portable ice bath. And what you see that all of these sales pages are pretty similar in the way that they are built and communicate the information, right? And basically, in order to have a really solid sales page that resonates with your customers, it all comes back to this, right? You need to understand the current situation and the desired situation. If you have a really good understanding of that, then it's almost too easy to just fill in like a nice copy here or here or here, right? And that's the point that I want to make is you have to start with this really, really solid, deep understanding of the target audience so that you can then translate it into a sales page that actually resonates with the prospect. Because if you talk about the wrong pain points or the wrong desired situation, it's not going to be attractive for them, right? It's not going to resonate with them. For example, for Cocunat, let's say this is what they want, but instead I'm going to write, this skincare is helping you with acne and pimples, right? It may be okay. Maybe some girls are going to end up buying the skincare, but that's not what they really care about, right? They really care about having fresh, clean, and a purity skin and body, right? And that's the point. Like then it's really about the nuances of having this really deep target audience understanding. Does that make sense so far? Can you give me a quick thumbs up, thumbs down into the cameras? Okay, beautiful. See a lot of hands going up. Sweet. Then we have the bases covered. So what I have here are like two presentations. I'm just going to jump into this one really quickly. I've shown you like these examples. You can also take your time after the call to just like scroll through them and study them. What you're going to find is that they all have like pretty similar sections, right? I've just shown you guys the hero section, which is pretty similar. And what you're going to find when you scroll down these pages is that they're also similar built, right? Like we have similar sections for testimonials, to build trust, to break down the product and everything. So basically there's like a framework that we always use. And you're going to find this framework if you click on this link and then scroll to the 10th, 11th page. This is going to take a while to load probably. Sweet. So basically, we always have these 6 sections on any sales page that we build. And what I'm going to do now is just kind of break down those sections so that you can then apply those to like a sales page that you're building. Because these are the most important sections that you can have on the page. So the first one, and we just covered this with the 3 examples, is you need to have a strong hero section, right? The hero section needs to get across really, really quickly the main value proposition of the offer, right? We've done it with Kinobody, we've done it with Cocunat, and with Newcover. Just by reading this like 1 or 2 sentences, you have a direct understanding of what's the value of the offer and what is it all about, right? So that's what you need to have in the first section on your website. You need to communicate the value of your offer in a way that it resonates with the customers. That's number 1. Number 2 is you want to give them some form of social proof or testimonials to build trust. Because everyone can talk all day long and make the most outrageous claims, but if your prospects don't believe you, they're not going to believe your claims. So you need to have, for example, social proof, reviews. Here, for example, PetLab Co. uses this doctor to build trust, right? So this is also something that you need to include. If I'm opening up this again, the link from Cocunat, you see that at the top here, we, for example, have reviews, right? This is a great example of that. So that's the number 1 for the hero section. The last thing you want to have is a call to action, something like buy now, explore the product, right? Something that's going to get your prospect to take the action that you want from them. Sweet. Number 2, compelling storytelling. This is again, and you're going to find this with like all of the sections, they all tie back to these 2 points, which is why I've spent so much focus on these, right? Because here what you can see is if we want to have compelling storytelling with persuasive copy, we need to understand what is the current pain points that the prospect has and what is the desired outcome of the prospect. With this, it's basically this pillow, right, that you can put in between your legs when you're sleeping, and it's going to fix your back pain. And it has like a really great hook, which is saying revealed secret device chiropractors and physical therapists use to fix sciatica and back pain problems. Amazing hook. You're like, okay, first of all, you have the curiosity. So what is the secret device? Secondly, you have the authority from the chiropractors and physical therapists. And thirdly, it's talking about your current pain points, right? And that's what's making this hook so great. Then here, if you look at the images and the visuals that they use, on the left-hand side, you see the chiropractor, right? Again, in like this nice white kittel, having authority. And then on the top right, you see the current situation of the prospect where they have back pain. It's like a big fat rat. Everything is wrong with this. It's basically the current situation. And then down below, you see the desired outcome of the prospect, right? Like sleeping fine, not having back pain problems anymore. And then you also see that it's probably around this like secret device that she's putting between her legs that helps her sleep better. And you don't give anything away. You don't pitch. You don't tell them what the product is. You don't tell the price, but you have them hooked, right? After reading this, if this applies to you, you're hooked. And this is basically what you want to achieve with the section. Make sense so far? Any questions to this? Okay, sweet. I can see thumbs going up. Perfect. Third one, and I've also just talked about this, you need to build trust, right? Again, everyone can make claims, but your prospect needs to believe you to believe the claims that you make. You can build trust with different aspects. One of them, obviously, is reviews, right? You want to show reviews of happy customers. Second one, you actually want to show happy customers using the product, right? Similar to what we have from Cocunat here, girls smiling using the product. A third one is using press releases of brands, magazines, something like that. And the fourth one is using social proof. So these are all different elements that you can use to build trust. Pretty straightforward, but super, super important to have on your page. Fourth one is objection handling. You can handle objections by using an FAQ section, an accordion, a comparison table, or something like that, just to hire typical objections that your prospects have. So here, for example, they're selling these bath mats, and you can see that on the left-hand side, they basically handle all of the different objections and give the prospect an answer. If the prospect thinks, hey, if I have this bath mat in my bath and it gets wet, maybe it will get germs, or maybe it will get moldy or something, right? And then they give the answer to this, that they have an active cooling technology, it's super absorbent, it's a safe non-slip surface, and all of that. So objection handling is also super important. Again, tying back to you need to have an understanding of your target audience, right? Fifth one, you want to make an amazing offer. I really suggest you to read the book from Alex Hormozi because he breaks it down so well. The long story short of an amazing offer is you want to give your prospects a huge perceived value for the bargain of the price, right? You want to create this bargain feeling for them where they think, okay, this is life-changing and it's so cheap in relation to the value that I'm getting out of this. That's basically the long story short for making a really great offer. And the sixth one is you want to give them security, right? You want to remove any anxiety that they have. The Udi is an amazing example of this. If you go through their checkout, they give you a money-back guarantee. They communicate free shipping, free returns, and they also, again, build trust by saying they have over 1 million happy customers. Sweet. So now we went through that. So those are basically the most important aspects of doing CRO. I have another presentation which also includes a bunch of best practices that you can go through. If you go to page from page 46 to page 50, these are a lot of best practices that you can use for your store. And then scrolling down, I also have a bunch of cases here from page 92 to page 100 something. I have like a bunch of iterations, a bunch of cases that you can use too. So this is just a resource that I'm going to give you that's included in the document. That's pretty helpful.
Now that we've went through the most important basics, I want to share with you what you need to implement on your online store. What are the must-haves? What are the key things that you should implement on the different pages like homepage, collection page, product page, and all of the good stuff so that you can increase your conversion rate and average order value. I'm going to take you into this presentation now.
We should start with understanding what makes people convert, right? What's the psychology, what's playing into people converting, what's playing into people buying from you. So then, based on this understanding, we can influence their decision-making. And this is what I'm going to show you now. And for this, I brought a great formula because I know everybody here loves math. So I brought this conversion formula for you. And I didn't come up myself with this. This is based on research that Masterclass Institute did. And they put thousands of hours of research into coming up with this formula and understanding of which factors are actually playing into people buying from you. So the different factors that are playing into a conversion happening are the customer's motivation, the value proposition that you have, the incentive and the friction on your store, and then also the customer's anxiety. And what I want to do now is break this down together with you guys so you can get a better understanding and also understand how to play with these different factors. First of all, the motivation. It's really important that you understand the thought stage that your customer's in, right? Same with the awareness level. You need to understand the source of the traffic. So which traffic are you pushing to the page? Is it Google retargeting traffic? Is it cold TikTok traffic? Is it really hot Facebook traffic after a long VSL or whatever, right? We need to understand the beliefs the customer needs to buy from you. And then lastly, we need to understand the pain points and their desires. For the value proposition, you want to maximize the force of the perceived value of your product and your offer. For this, it's really important to understand the appeal that your service or your product that you're selling to the customer has. So you need to understand how desirable is this to your target audience. Then, exclusivity. The customers are always asking themselves, is this offer available anywhere else or can I only buy this from this store, right? They want to compare the pricings and everything. Credibility. Do you have the trust from the customer that they trust you, that your claims are actually trustworthy? Because everybody can talk a bunch of shit, right? But you need to be able that people trust you with what you're saying. So this is also a really important one. And lastly, clarity. And this is where I see a lot of people not really hitting the nail in the head. Because they're selling a product, but they are not being really specific about what they're selling and what they're offering. Then we have the incentive and the friction. Essentially, we want to make it as easy as possible to buy for your customers. On the one hand side, we have incentive playing into it. We have incentive for the friction that we cannot eliminate. What do I mean with friction? Friction is every action that your customers have to take in order to buy. Something like clicking a button, something like putting their credit card details into a form field, right? So for them, for those kind of friction steps that we cannot eliminate, we need to give them a certain incentive that they actually follow through with this and not abandon the customer journey. And then for the friction, the steps and the length needs to be reasonable. So, for example, when they put in their credit card details and all of the customer information, etc., we don't want to bombard them with like 10 questions like, where did she hear from us and all of that shit. We can ask them post-purchase, right? But we don't want to do this like why the conversion is happening. And then also for the friction, we want to minimize confusion. This is the great thing about Shopify because a lot of people are familiar with Shopify. They know how it works. They know where to put in their details and everything. But you need to be watching out for this, like minimize the confusion that's happening. And lastly, we have the customer's anxiety. Customers are always anxious when they're buying. They ask themselves, are they fucking me over? Will they really ship out the product? When I have the product, will it really be high quality and all of that stuff, right? So we want to relieve the anxiety. We want to, first of all, understand the objections that they have in their mind, right? Same with sales. We can only handle the objections if we know them. right? So we need to understand the source of the objection. Then we want to address the substance. So we don't want to address the surface level. We really want to understand what's behind it and really at the deep source of what's their anxiety about. And then once we have the answers to these objections, we want to put the answers really close to the key conversion steps. So put them around the call to action in the buy box, for example. If they have anxiety around the product or something, you can put a guarantee in the buy box so you can put it really close to the conversion steps. So we talked about the different factors that are playing into the conversion happening, and now I want to talk about where the conversion happens. And for this, I want to show you guys the conversion pyramid. Everybody here knows the funnel, right, from marketing. Everybody knows people fall into it, top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, right? And then they may be falling out in the funnel. With the conversion pyramid, it's kind of like turned upwards down. And what happens here, like from the consumer psychology perspective, people need to climb up the stairs of the pyramid in order to buy. What you can see on the left-hand side, they need to have a lot of micro yeses happening in order to get to the macro yes, the conversion, right? So they have different questions and different micro yeses that need to happen for them to buy at the end of the day. And I will give you a great example so you have a better understanding of how this pyramid works. So, for example, you push the traffic to the landing page, and at the top of the landing page, you have the value proposition, right? They read through the value proposition and then they ask themselves, okay, is this appealing to me? Yes, next. They click on the call to action. Now they are on the product page and they ask themselves, am I willing to spend $70 for this solution? Yes. They click, they are on the cart. Now in the cart, they are asking themselves, okay, can I pay with my Amex that I have laying right next to me? Yes. How long will shipping take? 2 to 3 days. Okay, perfect, right? So just from the understanding, they have questions in like every single step of the whole customer journey. And that's why you need to be considering all of the steps in the customer journey. We don't want to focus all of our conversion rate optimization efforts only on the landing page. Because maybe you're doing a great job on the landing page and have a great value proposition and you convince them, but then they put the product in the cart, and then you don't have the answer to a simple question like how long will shipping take? Or will I be charged extra for shipping? Or like which payment providers can I use, right? So this is really, really important. So this was a lot about the consumer psychology before going on to the really high level stuff and really our process and the source for like how you guys can A/B test everything. I want to talk about the foundations. Because at the end of the day, and everybody knows this here, otherwise you wouldn't be in this mastermind, the foundations need to be correct in order for us to be able to scale, right? So, golden rule number 1 for Shopify stores. They need to be built for mobile. You need to be focused on a great mobile page. And here I have the example of Lululemon. This is the desktop page, right? And it looks pretty sleek, but then it also needs to look really great on mobile, right? What you see happening a lot of times with stores and with pages, once you look at them from your iPhone, they have all the elements like underneath each other. It's taking up a lot of space. They're wasting a lot of space. You need to be scrolling really far, right? So you need to be focused on mobile because nowadays for like all of the different stores, the traffic is between 60 to 80% of mobile. So nobody really cares about what your page looks like on desktop. So a quick action step, when you build out your pages, for example, in the Shopify backend, instantly build it in the mobile view. Don't build it in the desktop view, right? Because you want to be focused on what it looks like in mobile. Next, build for page speed. For this, I dug up a really interesting study that has been done this April 2022, and they've been analyzing over 100 million sessions, right? And for this, let's say you have 1,000 clicks sent to your website for a $50 product. This is the difference from your load time to your conversion rate to the results on this scale. So for a store that loads in like 1 second with a $50 product, 1,000 clicks, we get $1,525 in return. And if the same page would load in 4 seconds, conversion rate drops to like 1/4, 1/5, and same with the results at the end of the day. For this, really actionable steps, a lot of Fiverr developers are scamming you and are charging a fuck ton of money, and they are not really improving your page speed. So what you need to be doing is you need to build the Shopify that you have, the 2.0 version, on the optimized, on the new Shopify OS, because they have been optimizing a lot of the code in the backend with the Liquid, the Java, and all of that shit, right? So Shopify 2.0. Then what you want to be doing is you want to reduce all of the media assets. You want to go and compress the JPEG, the product pictures, the GIFs, and all of the videos that you have on the page. And lastly, you want to find a skilled developer so you can have them custom code everything, right? Really complex stuff like reviews or upsells not really be custom coded, but everything like design, copy, elements can be custom coded by a developer. And if you have these 3 steps, it will improve your page speed a lot. So don't get fucked by Fiverr developers, please. Lastly, last golden rule, store needs to build for functionality. What do I mean with this? You need to make it as easy to buy and reduce friction, easy to navigate, easy to use, customer-centric. Action step that you can be taking, give your store to like 20, 30, 50 people and give them an objective. Something like, hey, please go on my store and buy a personalized bracelet for your girlfriend or something, right? Just so that they have a really objective that they need to go to. And then you push them to the homepage and then you watch them over their shoulder, kind of like what steps they are doing. And whenever you see them thinking, whenever they have to think and whenever they're stopping in the customer journey, because they maybe cannot find the product or they don't know where to click to put in the name for the jewelry, right? That's where you know where you need to optimize for the functionality so that the customer journey is really frictionless. Those were 3 golden rules. Now I'm going to talk about what pages should look like, right? What elements should they include in order to drive conversions? Disclaimer, this obviously is one example. So we cannot generalize this, we cannot apply this to all, but this is to showcase certain elements that you should be using. So it starts with your ad. It starts congruency between the ad that your traffic sees, where they're clicking on, and then the landing page, because we need to have congruency. And I will show you how they do. They have the same imagery. They have a happy customer smiling who is showing product. And then when you read through the copy, it says, you deserve clear skin confidence. And then on the landing page, it says, feel confident in your skin. So this is what you want to do, first of all, between the ad and the landing page above the fold. It needs to be congruent, because otherwise people will click on the ad and then they may see a product in a different color or different copywriting, and then they're confused for a second, right? And you do not want to have this happening. So congruency is really important. Then on your landing page above the fold, you want to have a great value proposition. And I will break down later our process that you guys can be using on how to draft a great value proposition. Then you want to have some sort of social proof and a call to action. Those are the basics for the landing page above the fold. Secondly, we want to build trust, right? I talked about this earlier in the value proposition. People need to trust you. People need to understand that you're credible in what you're saying and that your claims are trustworthy. So what you want to include on your business are store benefits, right? Something like our product, gluten-free, PETA-approved, paraben-free, made in USA, right? What are the benefits that your customers have when buying from you? Then testimonials. This is working obviously really great for CPG brands, skincare, supplements, health, and all of this. Befores and afters. They have been working great. They will be working great every single time. And then you also want to build authority. How can you build authority? Again, same examples for like health, beauty, all of that. You can be working with doctors, for example, because a doctor is an authority figure. And when the doctor says, hey, product XYZ from Ava Skincare is great, you'll believe it because the doctor is a trusted authority source, right? Next, for the collection page. Again, we want to have congruent imagery, same copywriting, and all of that. And now, really easy, but really interesting. What you want to be doing one of the first products in your collection page should be a bundle, right? Because what happens with the bundle, when you place it at the first product, it increases the average order value because people are inclined to go for like one of the first products in the collection page. So first of all, you're going to increase the average order value. Secondly, we have a really interesting psychological thing happening because the first price that they see on your page is $149 for this bundle, right? And afterwards, all of the prices for the single products, like $34, seem small. Just because we have the price anchor of $149, and then afterwards, all of the different prices seem smaller. That's that. Then you want to have reviews and a quick call to action. Now, product, especially for CPG, for health, for beauty, for jewelry, you should be using human images of your customers, your target audience, displaying the use of the product. Because if you show this in the product pictures, your traffic and your target audience can identify themselves with your customers, right? It's kind of like inclusion. Then again, you want reviews, you want to be leading your product description with a testimonial, and then most importantly, you want your product description to be as easy digestible as possible. And I see this a lot of times, people have whatever, like 10 sentences in one paragraph or like these huge fucking articles, right? And nobody's going to read that because everything looks the same. And a lot of people nowadays, they have a really low attention span. So they just want to skim through it, right? That's why you need to be breaking down your product description into headlines, small paragraphs, like 2-3 sentences, bullet points or tick marks or something like that. Lastly, you want to be increasing your average order value. I'm talking a lot about conversion rate, but average order value is also really important, obviously. So first of all, where can you be utilizing the cross-sells and upsells? After they click add to cart, in the cart drawer, in the checkout process, on the thank you page. And here's a gold nugget for you guys. When you cross-sell or upsell, you need to rationalize the cross-sell, right? Here, for example, for the skincare product, as soon as they put add to cart for this product, we have a small pop-up coming and saying, your skin will thank you for this routine. So we are future pacing them on creating a routine with all of the different products from this brand, right? And now it makes sense for them to add the 2 other products in the cart. And then we just crossing them, right? Same with if you're selling the underwear. You could be doing the exact same thing. They put the first underwear panty in here, and then you can say something like, complete your fit, buy the matching bra, right? Something like that. So rationalize the cross-sell for them so they are like, oh yeah, shit, this makes sense. Like I should be buying these other products. Because if I have not only the Essence mask, but also these other products, then my skin will be even better, right? So key takeaways from this. You need to have congruency between your ads and your landing page. You need to build trust. You cannot show too much social proof, trust, and reviews. You need to have persuasive copywriting, great value propositions, great USPs. You need to have a really irresistible offer. And for this, I highly recommend reading $100 Million Offers from Alex Hormozi. Really fucking insane book. And then lastly, you want to cross or upsell to increase your average order value. If you want to take a picture from this, key takeaways, really simple to remember.
Brands scale to over 100K per day profitably and replicable using the new way to build offers for paid acquisition. And this allows them to outspend the competition and become industry leader in their field. In this document and video, we're going to break down this new way and the autonomy of cold-friendly offers. You will learn how to build a cold-friendly offer yourself and also see multiple case studies from brands that use this and scale to over 100K per day profitably over and over and over again. Super excited for this one, and let's dive right into it. So first of all, what is a cold-friendly offer? A cold-friendly offer is an offer that is scalable with a cold audience. And with cold audience, I mean an audience that is really unaware. You're probably familiar with the 5 different awareness stages, right? If we have a quick recap of what they are, they basically describe the awareness stage that your prospect is in, that you're trying to sell the product to, right? So basically, At the top, we have unaware, then we're going into problem aware, solution aware, product aware, and fully aware. So basically the difference between these 5 awareness stages is, does your prospect understand that they have a problem? Are they aware of the problem? Are they aware of different solutions for their specific problem? Are they even aware of different products that offer the solution? Or are they so aware that they know are in the market ready to buy and they just want the best offer? That's a quick recap of that. This may be a bit more obvious or not, but basically the more aware the prospect is, right? If they just want the best offer, the easier it is to sell to them. So you can see that the further we're going into the more unaware stages of the prospect, the harder it becomes to sell to them, which is a bit logical, because if somebody doesn't even know that they have a problem, right? Let's say they don't understand that they have a problem of bad sleep or of bad digestion, or they have a gut health problem or whatever it is, right? If they don't even know or understand that they have a problem that they need to solve, it takes a lot more effort to convince them that they have a problem, convince them that there are certain solutions for the problem, convince them that your product is the best solution and also the best offer, right? So obviously you have to do way more heavy lifting. But this is pretty interesting because you also have less competition in the less aware market segments and target audience, right? Because the more difficult it becomes, the less people do it, obviously, right? So that's why we want to focus on this segment. And secondly, why do you want to have a cold friendly offer in the first place? And why do brands really need this to scale profitably? Well, the first point that I want to make is you have a larger TAM, meaning you have more people that you can address. So there's an increased scalability potential by addressing new market segments, because it becomes harder to sell the more unaware the prospect are, but obviously the target audience is also bigger, right? So the market size also becomes way, way bigger up there in the more unaware stages. Secondly, you can solve the copycat issue, right? Great products tend to be copied and offered for a lower price. We all know the dropshippers, all of those competitors, or even brand competitors that just try to undercut you. And this creates a perception that you, with your original product, are the commodity. And this leads to price comparisons with similar products. But obviously, you lowering your product price decreases your margin and your profitability. It solves the saturated market problem just because there are so many competitors bidding for the same target audience down here, right? So these markets are way more sophisticated and saturated, and the more unaware the prospect and target audience is, the less competitors, the easier it is to sell them. So the last point why it's important is the niche domination. You can create an artificial blue ocean. You basically can create a category for yourself, and you can upgrade your marketing message. So what we want to focus on with the cold-friendly offer is we want to sell to the biggest market size, but also the hardest to sell audience. So let's talk about the theory of how to build a cold-friendly offer. And then afterwards, I'm going to run you through 6 different case studies of clients of ours of how we build a cold-friendly offer with them. So first of all, the mass market desires. You want to have a good understanding of these mass market desires, because these are basically the main forces that we are going to use. The long story short of a mass market desire is that your target audience is going to have them, right? What I mean by that is you cannot instill a desire in them, but it's something that's already inside of them, right? So if you just look at this from the psychological and especially the evolutionary perspective, there are certain goals, certain desires that every single human being has. And these are the following. The first of all, obviously reproduction. We as humans have the biggest desire. It's like wired in our DNA. It's wired in our brain that we reproduce, that we take our DNA, we find a partner, we mate with this partner, and we can give our DNA into the next generation. So this is basically one of the mass market desires. And this ties into especially attractiveness, right? Like how attractive are you for other people to become a potential partner? Secondly, we have the social comparison desire. So this really plays into status, right? So how do other people perceive you? So this is a super important one. And then also the social belonging one. So being accepted into a social group. Both of these play more into the role of survival, right? If you think back into the days of people living in the old age, like thousands of years ago, when they had certain tribes, for example, or certain small groups, it was really about survival, right? So you compared yourself to others, and you had to have a social belonging. You had to have a social circle of people where one is going out to hunt, one is going to build a shelter, one is going to make a fire, because otherwise, just by yourself, it would be super, super difficult to survive. And then the last desire is safety and security. So you want to avoid pain and you want to be healthy. These are also super, super important ones. So first of all, mass market desires, be aware of them and use them. Secondly, perceived value. So the long story short is the offer should be perceived as the all-in-one solution for a painful problem or as the fulfillment of deep desire, right? One of these that aligns with at least one of these mass market desires. So you don't want to be perceived as a commodity, but you rather want to be perceived as the only option. You don't want to compete on price, but on unique value. And you don't want to be a nice to have, you want to be a must have. So let's dive into the details of this. First of all, value over price. Price is what you pay, value is what you get. If you have read $100 million offers from Alex Hormozi, you know that for most people, it's really the comparison of how much value do I get in comparison to how much do I pay for it, and if that's in a if that's in a good relation to each other, right? If the value is small and the price is big, then you're not going to buy. If the value is huge, but then the price is small, you're going to buy. And you're probably familiar with the sentence, right? But most people use it completely wrong. They make the mistake of decreasing their price to increase their perceived value, right? They think, okay, this is my value. It's a nice value. I'm gonna just decrease my price so the relation becomes bigger. But what happens if you do this, then you just decrease your margins, right? But you should rather focus on making more money per customer, not making less money per customer. So you need to increase the perceived value in order to charge more. But how can we increase the perceived value? Either we solve more problems, right? So we are basically this all-in-one solution that I talked about earlier, which leads to a higher value perception. We can be unique so that they don't really have an alternative in their mind. They think, hey, this is a super unique offer. There's nothing else out there in the market. So you're not comparable to anybody else. Secondly, resourcefulness over resources. You don't need to come up with a completely new and revolutionary product. I don't want you to just think about, hey, I have this one product. I cannot make a code-friendly offer out of it. Let me just add 10 more SKUs. You need to be more resourceful with the products you already sell by changing their narrative and bundling them, right? So you want to go from an isolated solution to a holistic solution. You want to think about how can I bundle my products together to solve a big problem or reach a big desire for my prospect. A quick author note, even if people don't buy your bundle, the increased total price of the bundle serves as a price anchor for all of the other products in your shop, so people are likely to spend more. There are different ways to bundle. So for example, products that fit together and contribute to the holistic solution. You can do more of the same. You can add an info product, an ebook, a course, a coaching, or you could, for example, give them community access. So these two, value over price and resourcefulness over resources, tie into the perceived value. The next one is persuasion elements. So there are different persuasion elements. This now goes into the conversion optimization stuff that you want to use. So one big one is social proof, right? I probably talk about social proof in every single video because it's so powerful. We are all human beings. We all rely on what our friends and family and other people are saying. So social proof is super, super important. You want to use a lot of testimonials, reviews, and all of that stuff. Authority, also a big one. This is a bit similar to social proof. So we always trust certain people, for example, influencers, doctors, personal trainers, nutritionists, whatever they may be, certain people with authority. And if they endorse a product, then this is going to lead to more sales. Next one, certainty. So for example, guarantees. You can have something like a no questions asked guarantee, which is most likely like 100 days money back guarantee. You can have a time-based guarantee, like a 3-year guarantee, or you can say something like try before you buy, like a 30-day try. These are the ones that we're using the most. Then scarcity. So there's only a limited amount. So a certain amount of these offers are available, let's say like 100 or 1,000 or something of that, and then it's sold out. Urgency, so you can only get this offer for a certain time. And exclusivity, so there's only a limited access to this. For example, you need to have a certain password to buy it, or you have to be referred from a friend to buy it. Then opportunity analysis. So you want to find a solution for an unsolved problem. You want to have a superior business structure and especially unit economic structure, so you have better margins, so you can outspend your competition. You want to build a new market for the product, or for example, an unused traffic source. For example, if you find a great code-friendly offer that has been scaled on Meta, you, for example, could scale it on native, on Taboola ads. And then last thing is the market sophistication. So you need to consider the market sophistication. The market always becomes more and more sophisticated, and this typically leads to unit economics becoming worse. You have to undercut market prices, or you have to scale with higher customer acquisition costs. So you need to market the same product differently. So this is the theory and the aspects that you have to watch out for in terms of how to build a code-friendly offer. And now we want to apply this into case studies. So I've brought 6 different case studies that we are now going to go through together. The first one is Nomisk. So Nomisk, a lot of you will be familiar with this case study. It went super viral on all of the socials because we basically helped them go from 0 to over 10 million in their first year, first go-to-market year. As you can see, they didn't do any revenue in January. So 10 million, one product in less than a year. It's crazy. And they basically did this because they had a great code-friendly offer. I will show you the landing page really quickly. So here, what you can see, landing page, great product images. They have great creatives. And then just a really amazing landing page. So just to show this to you, now let me dive into the mechanics. So basically the niche is female wellness. The big problem is the pain that they have during the period, and the value proposition is Maya, right, which is healthy drug-free period cramp relief. And what you can see here, that this is basically the product that they are selling. Back then, so the first 10 million, we sold the product with $99. Now it's up to $150, so even more expensive. And what you can see, if you look at the product, if you look at the landing page and everything, we can see that it solves a mass market desire, which is pain avoidance, right? So super strong mass desire, right? If you think back to these, one of them was safety and security. So it's solving this big problem and gives instant relief. In terms of value, we have an all-in-one solution for painful problems. So it also solves this, right? They just need this product. They don't need anything else. We have a strong price advantage. So you can save 48%, right? So almost half of the price. So it's a huge perceived value. We use different persuasion elements. So it's a money back guarantee, right? Free returns. We have certainty that it arrives in 3 to 5 days. And we have the social proof that it's trusted by thousands. We have a lot of UGC, a lot of testimonials and all of that stuff. And then this is a super interesting one. We have used a completely different way to market the product. So you could think that, hey, this is a pain-solving product for women. Obviously, I'm going to market it to women, but that's not what we did. We marketed it to a different buyer persona, being the boyfriend, the husband, or the father, whatever, rather than women for themselves. So the creatives always showed obviously the value proposition, the pain that it's solving and everything, but then mostly it's showing that you as a guy buy it for your girlfriend or your sister or daughter or whatever it is. So here you can see that this code-friendly offer has a lot of these important aspects that we had in the theory section of this. So let's get into the next one. Kinobody. You're probably familiar with this. I've shared this case study a bunch of times. I'm just going to include this here really, really briefly. Amazing landing page, amazing offer, scaled like crazy. Basically, Kinobody, huge fitness influencer. The niche is men's health and fitness. The problem that we wanted to solve with this offer is low testosterone, low sex drive, not being self-confident, not getting any girlfriends and all of that stuff. And then the value proposition was this offer, which basically helps them get a stronger and leaner body, become more self-confident, and finally find the woman of their dreams. So the interesting thing with this was that Kinobody is selling a testosterone supplement that you can see here, the Kinomojo, but he wasn't really able to scale it profitably with ads beyond a certain threshold. If you go into the Facebook ads library right now, you can see that there are thousands of competitors that sell the same product. So that's why we bundled the testosterone supplement together with the pre-workout supplement and an info product, and completely revamped the product messaging and just made this unique bundle. So we can give it a different name. We can position it as the all-in-one solution. And also important author note, digital products obviously have great unit economics because you have 100% margin on this, right? And what a digital product also does, it increases the value proposition of the physical products, right? So here, the physical product typically costs around $40, so it would be 80 together. But with the digital product, we sold it at $100 and it had a huge value proposition. So if we go through the aspects of what this code-friendly offer includes, it has a mass market desire, being the reproduction one, because we basically told them, hey, if you buy this, we give you the key to finding a girlfriend, to dating successfully and all of that. Huge value. So again, it's an all-in-one solution for big pain, right? So if I go again to the landing page, you're going to see this. We position it as the unfair advantage that helps you attract girls, get chased, loved and adored by 10 out of 10 women. And then we also dove deep into their pain points and the current situation of the prospect, saying you're not getting a girlfriend, you're not even getting matches on Tinder. And it's not something that you think it is. It's something way deeper. And then we just had like a really nice VSL. So it's an all-in-one solution. We had a great narrative and we had a great price advantage. So again, 50% off. We positioned it as a $200 value offer and then sold it for 50% off. So they are going to save $100. We had scarcity. So we had a limited access to this product. We had a limited time also. So we had scarcity and urgency to get this offer. There was also only like a certain amount of offers and also a certain amount of time where they could buy it. And then we also had the guarantee. So 30-day money back guarantee, which you can see here, to buy the product. And then also really interesting opportunity. We bundled the two physical products together with the digital products and positioned it as a challenge. So this is the new offer content, basically the Module Mastery Challenge, which was the online community, and the two supplements, which were the physical products, and then the diet and training guide, which was the digital product. So you can see that we didn't only have the physical and the digital products. We also added the online community because we wanted to have a certain aspect of social accountability between the customers, and we wanted to increase the customer retention. Because this is a subscription offer, so it's $97 on the front end, and then was $69.99 afterwards every 30 days. And we obviously wanted to keep them on the subscription for a long time. The results were crazy. As you can see here, we cut down our new customer acquisition cost by 66%. Even though we decreased the ad spend by 41%, we were able to scale on a 9.3x ROAS and increase the monthly net profits by multiple 6 figures. So here you can see the power of a code-friendly offer. Let's get into the next one, more nutrition. This is a huge brand from Germany. They're doing multiple 9 figures, so multiple hundreds of millions of dollars per year. And even though they're at that level already, they are still struggling with profitable paid acquisition. which is why we also worked on a code-friendly offer together with them, because basically their key and their secret is that they are super strong with influencers, right? And if the target audiences follow an influencer, they are being educated and building trust with the influencer, and then they buy the product. But that's why it was a bit difficult to scale this on paid social. So the niche, again, health and fitness. The problem that we are solving with this is feeling hungry while eating tasteless food to lose weight, right? So the more nutrition products are a lot of protein products, or even products without sugar, for example, just so you can use them instead of eating like high calorie foods or low protein foods if you want to lose weight. So the value proposition of the protein powder is basically longer saturation and taste ingredients to lose weight effortlessly. And basically what we did, I will open the landing page too in a second, is sold the protein powder, and then also added an ebook with recipes of basically meals that you can cook that are super tasty, look amazing, and you can still lose weight. So it's a bit of a similar idea to Kinobody. So let's open this page really quick. I'll also translate it to English so you can all understand. Yeah, it's basically this product that you can see here, right? And then down below, we've added the ebook that they're also getting with a bunch of tasty recipes. And then you can have a look at all of the recipes. And yeah, so basically they are paying a really competitive price, being $26.99 for protein powder, but then they get way more value than just the protein powder. They also get the ebook and all of that stuff. So if we go through this, it's serving the mass market desire, being attractiveness, right? If you use a protein powder, if you completely change your diet and the meals that you're eating, then you're going to lose weight. You're going to be more attractive to find a certain significant other. The second thing is the narrative. So we give them a longer saturation and basically tasty meals to lose weight effortlessly. And then in terms of persuasion, we have a bunch of social proof, as you can see on the landing page. And here again, we're using two key opportunities. So we give them a new product and we give them a bundle, right? So the protein cream that we are selling here is basically an add-on that you can put into anything. And we have a bundle that increases the perceived value and also educates them and again helps them in using the product better and better. Where we basically just give them a bunch of weight loss recipes. So the next one, AG1, also have been working together with them and helped them build profitable paid acquisition funnels that I'm going to probably share in one of the next videos. So you will all be familiar with this one. Also huge supplement brand where they basically have this one product, which I'm really fascinated by, that they scale to hundreds of millions of dollars with just one product. But this also shows the magnitude of having a code-friendly offer and this all-in-one solution that we're going to break down in a second here. So yeah, niche, health and fitness. Problem that they're solving is getting the essential vitamins, getting the essential nutrients and everything without eating vegetables, fruits, or whatever. And the value proposition is this all-in-one foundation for your nutrients and vitamins. What you can see here is that this is the main offer that they have. And if we go through this, it solves a mass market desire for health. And we basically have a great narrative to get across the value, right? You don't need to have a huge supplement stack. You don't need to take thousands of pills. You just need to take a couple of scoops of these, drink it every single day. And this is magically going to solve all of your product problems and going to give you all of the vitamins and nutrients that you need. And then also, yeah, here you can see it's basically breaking down everything. What you can see here at the top is that it's also a huge perceived value again. So you can see it has the pouch, it has the shaker, storage container, free delivery, travel packs, and all of that. So it's a higher perceived value of $126, and then you can get it for just $79, but you get a huge bundle. Then what we're also using is authority. So you can see a lot of research studies and a lot of huge social media personas that are endorsing the product. Then also a bunch of social proof. So just testimonials from happy customers, and in copywriting form, in video form, in UGC form, right? It's just doing an amazing job at showing day-to-day people utilizing the product. So yeah, if you want to look at it, feel free. Again, connect to the landing page here. Next one is a brand from Germany called Manikanels. Also, I've been working with them for over 1.5 years now, and they've scaled like crazy. They completely revolutionized the German market. Let's have a quick look at the landing page here. I'm going to translate it again. Basically, this is their code-friendly offer, the starter set that they are selling for $60 instead of over $90. And what you can, basically the value proposition of this offer is that you as a girl can buy this, right? And then you have your nails at home. So you don't need to go into a studio anymore, need to go out anymore. You just can buy this once, right? You look at your favorite colors, you just add them here, and then they're being delivered in this package with everything that you need to basically put them on at home and never have to go into a salon anymore. So this is the code-friendly offer. Niche, basically attractiveness, right? Feeling great as a girl. Problem, it's time intensive and cost intensive to get high quality nails in salons. And the value proposition is basically the beauty and quality of a salon in minutes. Code-friendly offer check. We have a mass market desire being attractiveness. The value narrative is the beauty of salon quality nails in minutes. And we have a bunch of social proof in terms of testimonials, UGC content, and images. What we also have is a 45-day money-back guarantee, free returns, and we are also using the key opportunity of bundling it up, right? But you can see on the page of there's just a lot of products included that you can see here that you're getting for $60. And for example, the LED lamp, the remover pan, you can see that it's multiple different colors and everything basically. So you're getting a bunch of products for $60. Then what we are also doing a great job here is we handle different objections. So if you scroll down on the page, it's handling the objection of time, size and fit, and longevity, right? So time is more of an effort objection, like, I can do it at home, but it will be a lot of effort and this and that. So that's why we handle it here. Size and fit, so certainty and longevity, that we basically give them certainty that this is for them, right? So you can see it explains how you can use it at home really easily, that it works for every single person, and that it also is the quality that they're used to. Now, the last code-friendly offer is from Cocunat Beauty, which is basically the curly method. As you can see here, this is optimized for mobile. So, this is why it's just like a small size, but this is basically the landing page and the offer. You can see it right here is this routine. So niche again, attractiveness, problem that the girls have is frizzy hair. Value proposition, no more frizz, just George's curls. Code-friendly offer check, mass market desire. We play around with attractiveness. The value narrative is that they are not having any more frizz. They just get George's curls, right? So the hair isn't dry anymore, not shapeless, not lifeless, not frizzy, whatever. The hair is going to be nourished, flexible and strong, smooth, soft, shiny. And it's also going to repair their curls. We have a bunch of social proof that you can see in terms of customer reviews, in terms of before and after pictures and all of that stuff. And we also give them, again, a big bundle. We give them 4 products, which are going to be their complete hair routine, which typically would cost $123, but we give it to them for $73. So again, huge perceived value, but we give it to them for 40% off as a special offer. And this is, again, this like all-in-one solution to the problem that they have with their hair. So yeah, these were the 6 different case studies. I wanted to use a bunch of different like niches and products just so it drives the point home and you can get a good understanding of it. As always, I will leave the document underneath the video, so go check it out. And if you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a comment and let me know what content you want to see next, and also share it with a couple of friends of yours just so we can help each other out. And yeah, talk to you soon. The video that you're about to watch is a 45-minute masterclass that I've just recorded talking about landing pages for paid acquisition, specifically for Meta advertising. Basically, I've broken down 2 landing pages that we've built for our clients step by step, super in detail. I've made it really actionable so you can apply this to your brand too. And I'm also going to be linking down the Figma file where I've broken down the 2 landing pages so you can go through this in your own tempo. So I hope you enjoyed this video. I'm really going to be going back to the basics with super long, super detailed videos. So let me know your feedback in the comment section below. And if there's anything else that you want to see, also put it down as a comment. And now let's dive straight into this. So these are the 2 landing pages that we are going to break down together. What you can see here is that I've literally broken down every section, right, step by step, just so you have a good understanding of, first, what are the sections that you're going to need on your landing page, and second, what does every single element on these pages mean, right? The 2 companies that we're going to have a look at today are first Cocunat Beauty, right, which is one of the biggest skincare brands from Spain. It's basically a beauty company, right? And then, yeah, what you can see here. And then secondly, we're going to have a look at the Female Company. Female Company is basically a company from Germany that sells underwear and all of the stuff in the female wellness niche, also like tampons and period accessories or period underwear. You're probably familiar with this product, right? So just so you can have a good understanding of this. So the first landing page we're going to have a look at is from Cocunat Beauty, which is more a beauty product, right? Like a desirable product. And then the second product landing page that we're going to have a look at is from Female Company, which is more of like a functional product that solves a problem. Right? So that's why I wanted to focus on these 2 landing pages in this video, just so you can see that most of the sections are actually pretty similar, right? And really, what's the difference when you sell a product that gives the customer a certain desire, or whether you sell a product that's more functional and solves a certain pain point for the customer, right? Like, what are the differences in the copywriting? What are the differences in the sections? So basically what I'm going to do now is first jump into the Cocunat Beauty landing page. And then after we have gone through that, I'm going to go through the Female Company landing page. So super excited for this one. Now let's get into the details here and make this nice and big. So basically what you can see that here on the left hand side, I always explain a section, and then I have basically these red arrows that point to certain elements on the page. So first of all, let's have a quick look over the page just so you can get a first understanding of what the page looks like, and then we're going to break it down into different sections. So this is basically the whole landing page. This is used for paid acquisition traffic. So basically the first section, right? This is the first section that you can see here. The way that I like to think about it is the first stuff that you can see on the screen without scrolling down. Right? So that's basically the first section. And the first section is also the most important section of the whole landing page, right? Because whenever a prospect clicks from the ad, whether that's a YouTube ad, Google ad, Facebook ad, and they land on the landing page, you only have a couple seconds, right, to make a good first impression and also to keep them on the page. So what we have to do in this first section is really grab their attention and convert it, right? Like, we really want to grab their attention and keep them on this page. So basically, on a high level, the most important things that you need to include on this landing page is, first of all, the value proposition and the benefits. Because the number one question that goes through your prospect's mind is, what's in it for me, right? We are all super egoistic, especially in the customer journey, and especially when we are buying stuff. We are always asking ourselves, okay, what's in it for me? right? Like, why should I buy from this company? Why should I specifically buy this product? What do I get out of this? So that's number one. That's why you have to have a really great value proposition, great copywriting that answers this question for them, right? So that they have, on the first guess, they have a good understanding, okay, this is what it's all about, and this is why this is perfectly for me. Secondly, you want to have lots and lots of social proof, right? So you want to have a lot of reviews, you want to show customers, maybe press releases, testimonials, right? Everything you can do to build social proof and trust. Because we can make the most amazing claims, we can write the most beautiful value proposition, have amazing copywriting, but if we don't deliver trust, or if we don't show them social proof, they're just not going to believe it. And then lastly, you always want to have a clear call to action to buy the product. So this essentially, if you master these three things in the first section of the landing page, you're already doing an amazing job. So essentially, this section is designed to address the target audience, address their pain or their desire, and show the solution and create trust. So you need an easy to understand and relatable headline and some sort of wow factor that triggers action. So this is the explanation for section number one, right? You may want to read through this explanation a couple of times just to have a good understanding. This is everything that you need to get done in the first section. So let's have a look at how we've translated this for Cocunat Beauty. So basically what you can see here that based on the left-hand side, we have a bit of text, call to action, some elements, and then on the right-hand side, we have two images. So let's break these elements down step by step. First of all, at the top, we have customer reviews for social proof, right? So basically just a couple of review stars and then the amount of customers. So super easy to do. What's a bit more challenging to do is to write a really great value proposition. So the way that I like to think about it is you basically want to have just a couple words just around a sentence as a desire related headline, right? And then underneath that, you want to have 2 to 3 sentences that have a unique value proposition that explains the solution to the problem that they have. So let's read through this. Right? This is the product, as you can see, the Wonder Mask, which is basically skincare for the face. And then the desire-related headline is reveal your most radiant glow. And then how we explain it underneath in just 1 to 2 sentences is say hello to the Wonder Mask, your new secret weapon to your no-filter beauty and the holy grail of fresh, clean, and impurity-free skin and body. So basically what we do here is first in this one sentence is it's almost like a call to action, right? With the first word being reveal, right? It's something that you already have, right? Reveal. And then we say, reveal your most radiant glow. So we basically play on the idea that they already have this inside of them and they just need to get it out. And this product, this offer that we have for them helps them do this. So reveal your most radiant glow is basically a desire-related headline, right? And if you look at this, this is the biggest text, right, from the copy. So this is what's going to grab the attention. Our prospect will land on this. We'll have a look at this phase, the product, and then just skim through this and read this. So this is how you want to think about the headliners. You have to write it so desirable where you either hit a pain point or a desire, so that they really want to take an action and continue staying on the page and understand more about the product. This headline, right, grabs their attention. Then basically what you do underneath is, and basically 2, maximum 3 sentences, you expand on this headline, right? This just talks about the desire or the pain. This doesn't even talk about the product or the offer. So here what we do is we basically introduce the product, right? Say hello to the Wonder Mask. So we introduce the product to them. And then what we do is we basically say, what is this, right? Like, what is this product doing? This product that we have for you is the new secret weapon to reach your desired situation, basically. And then, so your new secret weapon to your no filter beauty and the holy grail of fresh, clean, and impurity-free skin and body. So basically what we do here is we introduce the product and we position it as the unique mechanism that gets them to their desired situation. And their desired situation is this fresh, clean, and impurity-free skin and body. So that's everything that you have to do, right? You don't need to overcomplicate the copywriting of this or the first section. You just basically want in 2 to 3 sentences be able to explain the whole value of your offer. You shouldn't need way more than 2 to 3 sentences to grab somebody's attention, right? So this is what you need to focus on. Then underneath that, we basically have an appealing call to action, which is transform your skin now. And then underneath that, we just have a bunch of these, I like to call them product and store benefits to create trust. So you can see it's cruelty-free and vegan, hassle-free returns, toxic-free, sustainably made, instant beauty filter, improved skin texture, and all of that stuff. So these all build trust. And then what you can see here, basically, you always, in this first section, want to show key customer avatars that are using the product. So the way that I like to think about this, and this is also why we show 2 different personas here, is let's say for beauty, skincare, supplements, basically for whatever product you have, and you're going to see this on the other landing page too. For whatever product you have, you're going to have a couple of key customer avatars. And the way that you want to think about it is that your prospect needs to be able to relate to the people you show on the website. And one big mistake that I see a lot of brands doing is that they just show 1 model or 2 models, right? And let's say, for example, we would only show this blonde white girl on the landing page, but then we have a prospect that's scrolling through this, and the prospect may has a darker skin tone or different brunette hair or dark hair, right? She wouldn't be able to resonate with this model. So that you can see here, we already have 2 different models in the first section with different hair, with different skin color, skin structure that both use the product, just so we can make sure that we already show different custom avatars that the prospect is able to resonate with. And this also gets the point across of this is an amazing product because it basically works for every skin. So that's the first section. Second section. In the second section, what we are doing here is we start talking about the offer and the details and basically what it does. So here you want to showcase what's inside your product and why that is beneficial for the consumer. So again, remember, you always have to answer the question, what is in it for me? So you want to make it visually appealing so you can underline what you write with the images. Basically what we do here, right? This is the section, just so you can have a first look at the section. And then I'm going to explain it in a second. You can see that we have a headline, we have a bit more text, and then we have these 3 images. So basically, again, what we have here at the top is another desire-related headline. Perfect face minus the filters. So basically, we always play with this idea of you don't need a filter, you don't need to use Instagram, you don't need to have perfect lighting. We're going to give you the perfect face with this product. And then here you can see we have the first paragraph that's basically a longer form paragraph where we break down the product ingredients and tie the ingredients to the benefits for the customers. So this is also one exercise that you should become really good at as a brand owner is you want to look at your product, you want to look at the product features and what the product is. And then every single product feature or every single product ingredient, you want to tie it to a benefit for the customer. So basically that's what we do here. So we say, unlock the secret to youthful and radiant skin with our Wonder Mask 5-in-1 superhero facial regimen, the all-in-one solution to your skin problems. Our powerful natural complex of vitamins A, C, and E deeply cleanses to regulate excess oil and reduce the appearance of spots, leaving you with a clean and radiant complexion. Say goodbye to dull-looking skin and hello to revitalized youthful glow with Wonder Mask. That's, again, here, right? We talk a bit more about the product. We tie it again to the desires. And then here we start breaking down what's inside. It has different vitamins, and this is what they're doing basically. Then you can see, again, we showcase more customer avatars using the product. And then what we do down below here is we basically have a before versus after comparison, right? We have the current state of the customer, right? Clogged pores, impurities, dark complexion. And then we have the desired situation. Smooth, blemish-free face with better radiance. So we basically have this before versus after. And then the product is the vehicle that takes them from A to B. And that's basically the point that we want to get across. And then what we do underneath is we include press releases to build more authority and trust. So this is section number 2. So section number 3. What I always like to do is the second, third, or fourth section is showcase some form of testimonials. So basically what you do with testimonials, this is pretty obvious, but I still want to explain it. You build trust, and trust is super, super important. And I'm going to give you one golden nugget for the testimonials, which is that what you can do with the testimonials is not only show random testimonials, but basically with every single testimonial, solve one objection that the customer has. Right. So at the top, again, we have this headline of, hey, we have hundreds of thousands of happy customers. And then what we do down here is we showcase different testimonials. So basically what you can do with these testimonials is talk about a pain point or solve an objection or something like that. So just for example, this testimonial in the middle. My skin is very prone to blemishes. The Wonder Mask has kept them at bay for the time being. I'm so happy I'm finally using an all-natural skincare that actually works as advertised, right? So for example, an objection could be, hey, all of these brands, they have the greatest claims, but then I buy the product and it doesn't come the way that it's supposed to. So this is a really great testimonial, right? Where we say, hey, just from Carla saying this, hey, the products actually come as advertised and they actually work like what you read on this page. And basically the way that testimonials work is that it's not something that we as the brand say, it's something that our customers say about us. And this is why the social proof is so much more powerful. So yeah, this is probably basically section number 3. Beneath that, we have section number 4. So let's have a quick look at this. This is the section. Basically, what we do here is we have almost like a listicle in the whole landing page. So here we give the prospect 5 easy to understand reasons why this offer will get them towards their desired situation. And these benefits are always structured the same way. We have the desired situation as a keyword, we have a short headline, and then we have a long description. We always tie it to an image. So here again, we show different customer avatars. As you can see, these are completely different models. Then we basically have the desired situation as a keyword. Then we have just a quick headline of what it does. And then we have a longer form paragraph, right? So again, if you look at this just high level, you can see 5 transformative benefits. And without even reading it, you see a couple of happy, smiling customers. And then if I just skim through the text, I see balances skin, closes pores effectively, better skin health, right? Without having to read all of this. And then if the prospect is really interested, they can start reading all of this stuff. So that's basically how this section works. Okay, so the next section is the offer section. So basically, pretty straightforward. What do? We give them the offer. So at the top, we have a limited time deal to create urgency to act, right? You can see limited time offer. You can get $30 off. And this is a countdown timer. Then again, we basically have social proof at the top. We have a 1-sentence value proposition. We show them the price and the savings. We show them 4 bullet points with different benefits. We again have urgency and social proof. We have an appealing call to action. And then we have payment providers to build trust. So this is basically the offer section, right, that we have. And then obviously we show different product images here. This is probably the most straightforward section. I would just, again, high level, the most important stuff is the offer, that you basically have some form of limited time offer where you create urgency to act. And then again, just the most important stuff, right? Like the reviews, the value proposition, the benefits, great product images, call to action, again, a bit of urgency here. And that's basically the most important stuff for the offer section. So underneath this offer section, we just then have a quick section where we basically differentiate Cocunat Beauty from competitors, and we give them different USPs just so we can get this point across, like, hey, you cannot get this product anywhere else. You need to buy this product from us. So basically we say, hey, the Cocunat difference, and then we give them a bunch of USPs that we have with this brand. So this is also a really great section. It's not super complex and you can just apply this for any brand. Then underneath this, we basically have a how-to section. In this section, you basically want to get the point across of how easy it is to be utilizing the product and how easy it is to get results. So what we can do here is, if they, from this section, didn't click already and bought it, right? What we're going to do here is we're going to future paste the prospect and make them imagine themselves using the product, right? So here you can see somebody actually using the product, and then we say 4 easy steps to have your skin. What do you have to do, right? Cleanse, apply, wait, wash. So basically what we do with this section is we just want to make it seem stupid simple to use this product, apply this product, and get the results that we promise. Yeah, so this is basically this section. Then another section, this is specific for Coconut Beauty because they have the so-called Coconut Club, where you can join a subscription and then every single month you can get new products, which is what we're going to break down here. Again, this is super specific for Coconut. So in this case, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But if you have any other offer or something similar to this, you can, again, use a section like this. So section underneath, right? Reviews. Again, what you're going to see on this landing page is that we have multiple sections that are just showing the reviews and social proof elements, because trust is everything. So basically, again, pretty similar to the section that we've went through here, just in a different design. We show the different testimonials, and what's just important really quickly is that you obviously always want to give 5 stars. You want to show a face, check mark, to create trust that these are real people. That's just some important stuff for the reviews. Underneath that, we have UGC content. So what I love doing is using UGC content from your community. You will have a bunch of content from your customers or even from UGC agencies that you use as content from the ads that show real people. So again, this is just some different UGC content that we have here to get the point across that not everything is from us, the brand, but this is what real customers say about the brand. Then the next section is basically just another product benefit section where we talk about the product benefits. Again, we just list them, right? We show the product, we talk about the brand, and we say why our brand is amazing and why it's so unique, like, right? Like, why are we different? Underneath that, we have a section with press releases. So we have multiple press releases, which are great for social proof. So again, similar concepts to the reviews. We basically just want to have also like reviews, but not from customers, but basically from press. This can be magazines, this can be TV shows, this can be other authority figures, influencers, whatever. And again, even underneath here, we have another section from Instagram where we show influencers using the product. And then basically the last section is just the newsletter section to collect email addresses and nourish the leads. But yeah, this is basically the whole page, as you can see. What I think is really interesting to get the point across is we only really have 2 to 3 sections about the product, and the rest is just proof and trust. So you can see this is about the product, this is about the product, this is trust, this is about the product. Then we have the offer, and then we just have more trust sections, make it look easy. Trust. Right? So, yeah, this is basically the whole landing page for Coconut Beauty. And yeah, I'm a super big fan of this. I really love what the team built here. This is the second landing page. Again, it's from the female company. They basically sell period panties. Maybe you're familiar with this product. It has been a super viral product, right? That a lot of people sold. It's basically underwear that women can wear during the period. And yeah, especially in the French market, this went super viral, and just general, a lot of really big players and brands pushed this product. So basically the first section again, and here you can see I broke it down into different parts and then explained every section in detail again. Again, starting with the section number 1, the most important section of all. So I'm not going to be reading out all of this, right? or this again, but I just wanted to have it in here, right? So because I'm going to be sharing this file with you underneath the video, just so you can, again, read through all of this yourself and apply it. So basically this time I'm just going to go about it a bit quicker than the last time, just because I don't want to say everything twice. But again, you can just open up this with the link underneath the video and go through this in all of the time you need. And here again, we just have every single section broken down, and basically like what's the most important stuff that you need to have in mind when building this section. So as I said in the introduction of the video, I wanted to show you 2 landing pages, because the first landing page was for a product that more helps the customer get to a desired state. And the second landing page that we're going to dive into now is more for a product that solves a pain point, right? And which is also more of like a functional and technical complexer product. So let's start with the first above the fold section, which is this. This is the landing page that we again used for paid acquisition, right? With the landing page templates that I like to break down, I like to talk about landing page that we actually use for Meta ads or Google ads, right? So basically here, and I really like also again what the team did here, is that what you can see at the top is an announcement bar where we already started building trust with reviews and the money back guarantee. And then what you can see here is in the background, we have a model wearing the product, right? And then we again have the value proposition, which is discover the pennies the internet goes crazy about. And what I like about this value proposition is that it introduces the product, the pennies, and it creates some form of viral factor, right? Because when you read this as a prospect, you think, well, this seems to be super viral. Why don't I know about it, right? So this creates the curiosity for you to spend more time on this page. And then what we do here in, again, 2 to 3 sentences is explain the product. So our underwear looks just like your favorite pair of panties, but it absorbs the same amount of liquid as up to 6 tampons would do. Keeps you safe even on your heaviest days. Can't believe that? Just try them out for up to 60 days. Not satisfied? Just get your money back. It's as easy as that. So in this quick paragraph, we just explained the whole value proposition of the product. It's basically underwear that you can use during your period, and you don't need to use tampons or anything else anymore. Which is a big, pain-solving product for the target audience. And then underneath that, again, we have a call to action saying discover our pennies. And then we have basically a trust-building section, because we show all of the different payment providers. So this is the hero section for this landing page. The second section that we have is the how-to section, which is super similar to the one down here, right? Again, so you can see that with a lot of these landing pages, we just plug and play these sections. So what you can see here is that it's basically a how-to guide where we say, hey, it only takes 3 steps to revolutionize your period. First, find your perfect match. So buy it. Second, order it, pay later. 3, experience the great benefits of the product. Then again, we have this badge of 60 days money back guarantee. We have the call to action of discover all of the panties. And then we have the trust building section again, where we show the payment providers. So again, super straightforward. Now, thirdly, we have the product detail section, right? This is similar to what we have here in this section. So basically what we do, again, we show a model wearing the panties, and then we break it down, right? So the period panty everyone's talking about. 3 reasons why you need one yourself. Then we say, hey, menstruating people use up to 12,000 pads and tampons in their life on average. We give you something new. Cute looking period panties that keeps you secure in every day of the menstrual cycle. Then we have 3 benefits: no leakage, sustainable and high quality fabric. And then we say, show me all panties as another call to action. So that's basically the product detail section of how it works, why you should buy one. Then here as I said, it's a more functional technical product. It's quite new. So we have a product breakdown section where we talk about the fabric and how they basically work, right? So here again, we just show basically how it's made, and then we tie the features to benefits. And again, basically what we do is as it's such a new product, which is super technical and functional, there are also a lot of questions and objections, right? So one of the questions is this, what we saw here, right? No leakage. Because let's say you're a female and you think, hey, I've used tampons all of my life. Now there's this new product, a period panty, that tells me I don't use tampons anymore. Like, how does this work? Doesn't it leak, right? Or maybe you think, okay, if I use these panties, won't they be like weird or smelly or whatever, right? So basically they have a lot of objections and questions, which is what we're going to solve here in this section. The next section, again, is just a demo basically of how the product is arriving. We have a quick video, we show the panties, and then we basically explain how to utilize the product. And with all of these sections, I really think that you watching this and you have a more technical or more explanatory product, you can just basically put your product in this and change out the text or change out the images, right? If it's like a really technical product. So that's why I'm using this example. So here, you could also say like, how do you use whatever, this Apple Watch? How do you use this knee pain product, right? Like with everything that's solving a pain point and that's more like more of a technical product, you can use all of these sections and just put in your copy and your images or your videos. So basically, this is a product demo section where we talk about how the product is surviving, how they need to use the product, and basically, again, how they can use it in 3 easy steps. This, again, is super similar to this section, basically like the how to utilize the product. The next one, and I also really like this section, I mostly use it on every page. It's a bit similar to this one. It's basically about us or story section where we showcase the founders. We talk about who's behind the brand just to give a face to the brand, and also make it more relatable. Again, this section is designed to create trust. Then the next section is like a testimonial, like another UGC section, again, similar to this, where we just took a bunch of videos from the community, right, and showcased them. We also had this badge from TikTok just to create trust, and then we showed different videos from the community, where we also talk about the pain points or the anxieties or the objections of the prospects. What you can see here, and this is why I'm making the connection always to this page, is that basically it's almost like identical sections, just a bit different with different content. But the idea of the section stays the same. Then what we have here is just a section that handles objections, right? This, again, is super important if you have a more technical, functional or newer product. One of the biggest anxieties of the customer that we found in the customer research is that they thought about, okay, if I buy this product, aren't they going to feel like diapers, right? This is like by far the biggest objection that they had before buying the product, which is why we specifically made this section. So this is what I recommend you to do too, is do your customer research, talk to customers, talk to prospects, see what goes through their mind in the customer journey, and then handle the objections on the sales page or landing page, which is why we did it here. Just a page, just a section saying, hey, our period panties are not diapers. Promise. You won't feel any difference to your favorite undies. Our tech-enabled absorbent gusset was designed to be comfy and discreet, never bulky or heavy. Just pop a pair on and go. Then again, we have a call to action, and then we give them the reviews from Trustpilot to, again, build trust. So yeah, that's section number 8. Section number 9 is then the offer section. Basically, it's a buy box, right? Where on the right-hand side, we showcase the product images. And then on the left-hand side, we give them a special offer where they can select a size. And then we basically give them like different tiered bundles. If you can make bundles, if you can sell multiple products, if you can bundle up like different parts together, I always recommend you to do, just because it's an amazing way of increasing the average order value. So that's basically what we did here. And then we also pre-selected the 5-pack, put the bestseller badge, and just made it the most favorable option. And then lastly, we have a FAQ section. Probably don't need to explain the idea of this too much. We just take the most asked questions and give them the answers. And then again, we have a newsletter section at the bottom. If they still are not convinced, or if they want to get more information or a discount code, then they can put in their email, and then you can nurture them. These were the 2 landing pages. Again, I'm going to link both of them in the description down below. And I hope you enjoyed this video. Again, I'm going back to the basics. I'm going back to really long videos talking about everything in detail. So if there's specific content, if there's specific questions you have, if there's specific areas that you want me to talk about or cover in one of the next videos, please put it down in the comments. I'm reading all of the comments, so I can put it into the content plan. And then see you soon. Hope you enjoy. Now that we've covered all of the basics, all of the fundamentals, and everything you need to implement into your store, I'm going to move into the more advanced stuff in conversion optimization, which is funnels. I'm going to show you how you can build your own paid acquisition funnel from end to end, right? With multiple different case studies. So let's get into the first video explaining the funnel structure and how to do it yourself. So the whole concept that we're going to focus on is narrative-based acquisition funnels. Narrative means the way of communicating arguments and also prevailing a belief in the target group in the market. It's basically this invisible hand that influences the success or failure, because either way it works for you or it works against you, right? You may have experienced this in the past, that something led to the make or break of your marketing campaign. And this is what it is. It's the narrative of the market. And either you manage to hit the narrative, right, and to scale with narrative-based acquisition funnels, or you miss it. And that's when your marketing campaigns don't resonate with the audience, and that's when you miss it, right? And what we see with most brands, they hit a glass ceiling with their scale, right? They scale to 10K a day in ad spend, 20, 50, 100K. And then at some point, they hit a ceiling where their ROAS or marketing efficiency ratio declines, making it unprofitable to break through that ceiling, right? This means they never get past a certain point in their scaling phase. And what do I mean by that is that only 1% of brands really have a unique product, right? If you're honest about it, most of the brands, most of the products aren't unique. There's only a handful of brands that really innovate and build new products, if you're honest, right? So only 1% of all of the brands out there have a unique product which their target audience also directly understands and values. All of the other 99% of brands have to differentiate themselves through how they market the product. Therefore, our job as a marketer is to market the product in a way that it has the highest resonance with the target audience. So, good question you have to ask yourself is, how do you make sure that you have a message match and relevance with your audience that you're targeting? The answer is you have to audit the current market situation. So, questions that you have to find answers to is, who is currently selling a similar product? Who are your competitors? Who are other brands that are targeting the same audience? What arguments are used to sell it? How do they position it? What value proposition do they have? What price points do they have, right? How is marketing changed among competitors? And most importantly, you have to analyze what awareness stage are your target audience in and what market sophistication stage, right? So you really want to get a good understanding of how aware is the target audience that you're trying to reach, right? We all know these 5 levels of market awareness that they can be in, and then also there are different levels of market sophistication. So first of all, how aware are the prospects and how sophisticated is the market, right? For example, for a lot of products like supplements, fashion, jewelry, skincare, beauty, the market has been penetrated for ages. And now if you don't over-obsess with your marketing and find unique access channels, you're just not going to be able to scale past a certain point. So that's what you want to do. The awareness stage is basically the mental state of your prospect, right? Have they heard about the product before? Do they even know they have a problem? Do they know that there are certain solutions in the market to help them solve the problem, right? And the easier to sell an awareness level is, the smaller the audience and the better the CPA. So basically down here in the more aware stages, the easier to sell the prospect, but also the market size is shrinking, However, this means that you are capped with scaling because of the audience size, right? If there's a small audience size, this gives you a cap for how hard you can scale and how much money you can make just because the audience size is limited. So what you want to do is you want to level up with your marketing campaigns the awareness stages from small to large and keep your CPA stable with better and better ads. So basically what you want to do, you basically want to penetrate the complete market. You not only want to focus on the most aware people or the product aware people or solution aware people, you want to penetrate the whole market and all awareness stages, right? The best case scenario is you hyper focus on the unaware people. They are the hardest to sell, meaning there's not a lot of competition. It's the biggest market size. That's what you want to focus on. And this is where the elite marketers, right, they attack there because they know that not a lot of other people have the skill set to create marketing campaigns that really crush there. So the supreme discipline is to open an unaware market and keep consistently profitable customer acquisition costs there. If you can do that, there's nothing standing in the way of scaling to an 8-figure and multiple 8-figure flying hay. And this is also often a point at which you have to work with these narrative-based acquisition funnels. The market sophistication increases with the number of offers pitched to the customer. So the longer your target audience is in the market and the more offers have been pitched to them and the more buying experience they had and the quality of the buying experiences leads to a certain sophistication level. With every single ad they see, they become smarter and more skeptical. In the same frame, our marketing has to change to keep up. So there are 5 different stages in the market sophistication, right? Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, 4, 5. All of them have different sophistication levels, talk to the audience differently, right? And all of these stages require different marketing. So what I want to do is I want to break down these different stages so you can get a good understanding of how you have to do marketing based on the different stages. So stage number 1, first to market. This means that you're completely new in a market. So here you can lead your marketing campaigns with a claim, with a result, or with a benefit. Something like increase your testosterone levels, right? Super basic. It's just a claim. It's nothing crazy. Because you're first to market and you're the first one to market this claim, it can still work really well with the audience. Stage number 2, you're second to market, right? There's already somebody in the market. There's already another brand, another competitor. Then what you have to do is you have to scale up the claim, right? So something like increase your testosterone levels by 10% in 3 weeks. It's not enough to just give a claim. You have to give a bigger claim. Right? So you have to add, for example, a timeline or how much it increased the testosterone levels or something like that. Then stage 3, if you have maximized the claim and if more and more competitors are going into the market, you have to add a new mechanism, right? Then it's not enough anymore to have a claim, right, with details that has been made bigger like this. You have to add a mechanism, right? So it sounds new to the market. Something like increase your testosterone levels by 10% in 3 weeks with this scientifically formulated supplement, right? Like a new mechanism. You give them a certain solution that's leading, and the differentiation now is in the mechanism that you give them to explain how you help them achieve their solution. Then the next stage, if now more and more people come into the market, they use the same marketing, and if the mechanism has been pushed to the max, then you have to increase the benefit from the mechanism. So something like increase your testosterone levels by 10% in 3 weeks, then the mechanism with the scientifically formulated supplement, and then you have to increase the benefit, right, to get a leaner and stronger body. So now we have multiple benefits connected to this mechanism, and then again, we get ahead of the marketing from the others. And now let's say we have reached a maximum sophistication stage, stage 5, when the new mechanism has also been pushed to the maximum. They've heard it over and over again. They know the claim, the benefit, the result, the mechanism, and everything. Then you have to have some extraordinary identification feature, right? And you can do this either with an authority figure, like an influencer, doctor, whatever, or you call it a specific target audience, right? So example, increase your testosterone levels by 10% in 3 weeks with the scientifically formulated supplement to get a leaner and stronger body, proven by Kinobody. So we have this authority figure. We have a direct call out of the specific target audience, for example, for 18 to 25-year-old entrepreneurs who travel a lot. and so you can attract the woman of your dreams into your life, right? These are certain authority callouts or target audience callouts that help you with the same claim, same mechanism, still get an advantage over your competition. So with a lot of you guys, right, who are really, really aware of your competition, how they market to the audience, you're going to get a good understanding of what sophistication stage you're in currently with your marketing. And then also based on that sophistication stage, which of those you have to pull, right? So you can see it's a huge difference from here to here in terms of the value proposition and in terms of the claim that you do. And this is why it's so important that you make sure that your claim, your value proposition is based on the sophistication stage of the market. And the brands that are able to do that, they bring in exponential returns and also drive the market sophistication until the market catches up again. It's some form of rat race, right? Like you push a certain value proposition like this, there are going to be some other people coming to the market, they copy and paste it from you. And then you have to start over again and again and again and push it forward, push it forward, push it forward, right? If you don't experiment, if you don't iterate, you're going to die, literally, right? That's what marketing is all about. Like the speed of how quick the market catches up is insane in e-commerce. So therefore, your task is to build a stringent narrative that grabs the attention of your prospects with the creatives and gets them to click on the ad. Then you want to convert the initial attention into interest and suck them into the funnel. And then you want to persuade the interest to purchase the product on the sales page and checkout process. So you have to basically take them by the hand and guide your prospect along a storyline. So let's break down some of the case together so you get the point and understand how to apply it yourself. I want to give you 2 complete case studies. One from Weische, right? I want to show you the product really quickly. This is the product. The value proposition is 100% waterproof, comfortable sneaker that you can take anywhere. Basically, you're all in one shoe, right? This is the page. You have a lot of different sneakers. And this is what Weische is all about. Huge 9-figure brand that we have been working on since early this year. And what I want to do now is I want to break down the complete funnel with you. Right. So first of all, I want to give you a bird's eye view understanding of the ads that they run, what the page looks like and the checkout process. And then I'm going to show you the ads and the landing page itself. Right. So this is the bird's eye view. They run different ads, right, to the specific landing page that we've built with them. Then on the landing page, you select the product, you go through the cart and checkout process, and then you buy the product. This is basically the complete narrative-based acquisition funnel. And now I'm going to show you what I mean with narrative-based acquisition funnel. Let me open up the ad for that and then also the landing page. So what I mean with narrative-based acquisition funnel, and this makes it really clear, and that's why I like this example so much. We build a storyline, right? And that's why I also wrote down travel. We build a storyline around a certain narrative or a certain story, right? In this terms, traveling. And then we have a complete storyline from the creative, from the copywriting through to the landing page, right? And this is what I want to focus on now. Sweet. So let's have a look at the creative first. Here, what you can see, take these sneakers wherever life takes you from your day-to-day routine all the way to the great outdoors. 100% waterproof, dual climate knit, perfect for wet or dry days, light as an iPhone, completely vegan. Find out why you won't want to go anywhere without these everyday essentials. And here we have...
As a travel photographer and avid explorer, these are my absolute favorite shoes to wear when it comes to adventure around the world. They're called Weisches and are 100% waterproof, meaning that I can focus on getting the shot while making sure my feet stay dry, even in the wettest conditions, such as walking on this incredible black beach in Iceland. These shoes are all the men Weische Stoneburst in white, and they also come in different colors as well as women's sizes. Be sure to check out these Weische shoes for your next travel adventure. As a travel photographer
So this is the whole creative. It's 30 seconds long. And what you can see is that we take the prospect and we guide them through a whole narrative, right? We have a nice storytelling where we show this person, right, who has a hero story. He is the travel photographer. He travels around the world. He wanted to have waterproof shoes so he can take pictures everywhere. And this is the whole creative to spark their interest, right? We don't just say, this is the product. These are waterproof shoes, right? We guide them on a whole storyline. And then we push the traffic here to this page which is a landing page, right? Where we capture the same look and feel, the same messaging, the same copywriting and everywhere. So here, anywhere, all weather shoes made for adventuring. And then you can see this couple here, right? And then we have this whole landing page here. What we have here at the top are the 3 best-selling products, right? And then we have the value proposition with some copywriting. We have the 3 best-selling products. And then if I scroll down through the page, you can see it's built like a landing page with a lot of value proposition, a lot of shots, right? A lot of action shots, some social proof from Instagram, user-generated content from the community, then testimonials, right, to build more trust. And then again, we have some more product benefits, and then we have more products to round up the landing page, right? So super, super amazing landing page that we're working with here. And this is really the game changer, right? Because now with this ad, they've seen the storyline and now we capture them and it's really congruent from the creative to the landing page. And then here, for example, they can click on here, they can select the color they want to have, the size and everything. And then all they have to do is basically put it into cart and then buy the product, right? This is the complete funnel. And the great thing about it is that it's a really nice example for narrative-based acquisition funnel because we start with this creative of a travel shoe. Then we have this travel landing page that captures the same look, feel, vibe, messaging, and everything. And we guide the prospect through the complete funnel and everything is congruent, right? It's a super congruent customer journey. So this is a really, really great example with Vessi. So the next brand that we're going to look at is Cocunat Beauty. Cocunat Beauty, also a huge 9-figure brand from Spain. They've been crushing it. They also have really, really nice retail stores in Spain. We've been visiting them in Barcelona. They are one of the biggest beauty brands in Spain, right? And they are selling all of these great products. So everything from skincare to hair care and all of that, right? So let's have a bird's eye view look at their funnel. They also run the creatives, right? I'm going to show them to you in a second, 30-second long creatives to really, really solid landing page and then directly checkout process, right? Creative landing page checkout, super straightforward. So let's have a look at the creative together. Here what you can see, now is the right time to start the curly method. In 10 minutes a day, you get flexible curls with movement thanks to our 100% natural formula. No more frizz, dryness, and undefined curls. And then here we break down the 3 steps, right, for the curly method. Here what you can see, 2 things, they really play around this narrative of the curly method, right? Like the whole curly method to turn your hair into great curly hair, right? And what they do really, really well is we show all of the different customer types, right? Like different hair structures, different face structures, so different skin tones, so that all of the different girls can relate with them, right? And then what we do is basically push the traffic to this landing page where we capture the same narrative, right? Don't dream of perfect curls, get them. And then here, what we have pretty straightforward is the complete bundle offer, right? With a great AOV of over $70. And then we have a lot of social proof elements with before and afters where we call out their pain points, right? And then we break down what Cocunat is all about. Some more social proof with reviews. And then here we round up the page with some benefits and the social media, right? So also pretty straightforward landing page. And then here, if I click on buy now, it pushes me straight to the checkout process, which you can see here, right? It had a quick problem because basically accessing this page from Vienna right now, right? And this is a Spanish brand that's scaling really hard in Spain. So basically, what you can see here also from the creative through the landing page, the same narrative is being played out, and this is why it works so well.
So let's get into the first case study together of how we've built a
funnel for Kinobody, which helped him scale on a 9.3x ROAS on cold traffic, which was a crazy case study. So I'm super excited to show you this video now. And basically break down the creatives, the offer strategy, the funnel, the landing pages, and everything you need for this whole funnel. Cutting edge marketing. They understand the principles of marketing, and they have a really high level of execution for marketing, meaning every single one of them is following the principles of breakthrough advertising. Really quick, you probably know the book, all of you other guys. If you haven't heard of this before, Google it, buy a copy. This is one of the most groundbreaking books I've read around marketing. This is a crazy book. And basically, following these principles, they can slash their customer acquisition costs, they can get more conversions, and they can scale with front-end profitability. And this term, or like this statement, front-end profitability, is super important in these quick scale-ups, because as you know, if you're able to spend a certain amount of money, let's say 1K per day, 2K per day, 5K per day, and you make profit on the first sale, then you can just pour more money into it, right? It's pretty simple. But if you're reliant on like making profit out of like a long customer lifetime value or retention, then you cannot scale that aggressively, right? So these are super important factors, and they all tie back to cutting edge marketing. And at the same time, they cannot be copied because the competition doesn't understand what they're doing. And for me, this is what the top 1% of marketers have in common, is they over-obsess with consumer psychology. They over-obsess with principles of marketing, right? Like they spend all day long trying to understand the cutting edge strategies that they can apply, right? And again, this is not any crazy algorithm hack or shiny object. These are age-old principles of how humans work, of how marketing works, right? And they apply this in the day-to-day. So in the next, hopefully 45 minutes, maybe a bit longer, you're going to learn how to apply all of this yourself with the case study example of Kinobody, another case study where we applied all of these. So the result of this was us applying the breakthrough advertising principles. He was able to increase his monthly profits by 6 figures, by over $200,000, was able to scale a 9.3x ROAS, following the principles of breakthrough advertising. This is the book that I was talking about earlier from Eugene Schwartz. This is a book that predates the internet, right? Eugene Schwartz was one of the copywriters in the 1950s, 1960s, and he sold a lot of different products with direct mail, right? So before the internet, before social media, before anything, this guy was making millions with direct response, and he put all of his learnings into this book. And nowadays, what we do is we follow the principles that have been proven to be right over decades and decades. So you're going to learn how to craft marketing messages that cut like a knife through warm butter. Maybe some of you are familiar with this really famous ad, right, that they printed into a newspaper. You will learn how to craft unrivaled offers with great unit economics, and you will also learn how to craft ads that deliver 9.3x ROAS, as we did for Kinobody. Ready to get started?
Yeah.
That's the only one on this, so give me a hell yeah. Sick. So chapter one is cold friendly offers. What I mean with cold friendly offers is an offer that is able to be scaled on cold audiences, right? So that is the core concept behind it. Cold friendly offer means an offer that you can sell to a cold audience, right? We don't sell this offer to somebody that's super hot in the market, ready to buy. We sell this offer to somebody that's really cold and doesn't even know they have a problem. Who is familiar with the 5 awareness stages of the market, right? Maybe some of you guys have heard the concept. Alex obviously knows it because he's a top 1% marketer. Basically, the 5 different awareness stages describe how problem aware your target audience is, right? The first level is unaware, so they don't know they have a problem. The second level is problem aware. So your target audience knows that they have a certain problem. Let's say they are overweight, or they don't know how to make money online or something, and they're looking for a solution. The next stage is solution aware, right? Your prospect knows that they are overweight, and they know that there are different solutions, like going into the gym, changing diet, taking supplements or something like that. The next level is product aware. So your prospect is aware of multiple products. So for example, they are overweight. They know that supplements, diet changes, gym, etc. exist. And now they know that there's Kinobody supplement, that there's another supplement from another company, right? They already seen all of these products. And the last level is that now they are in the market, ready to buy, and they only want the best offer, right? They want to get the biggest bang for the buck. So basically, if you look at these 5 different awareness stages, it should be obvious that the more aware your prospect is, the easier it is to sell to them, right? If they are in the market, they have the cash ready to buy something, then it's the easiest to sell to them if you push out a creative to that person, right, with a good offer. And if you go up this awareness ladder, right, so they're becoming more and more unaware, it's obviously becoming harder to sell to them. Imagine going to a stranger on the street, like a random guy, and you walk up to them and you say, hey, do you want to buy my supplement? And they are like, I don't, like, why? They don't even know that they have a problem, right? They don't even, for example, don't even know that they have low testosterone or that they have a high blood sugar or something, right? Like, why the fuck should they buy a supplement? It would be super hard to convince them. So that's the basically like how easy it is to sell to them. And then also, interestingly enough, if you look at it, and this also makes sense, that the more unaware target audiences obviously have a bigger market size, right? Because there's always just a small market segment of, like, say, 1%, 2%, 3% of the total market size, the total addressable market, that are going to be ready to buy, right? And most of the people are going to be, and that's why I've also made the pyramid like this. I made it bigger at the top because these are the biggest market sizes, right? People that don't even know that they have a problem, or they don't even know what solutions exist, right? So what I wanted to say is, the point that I'm making here is that the more unaware your prospect is, the harder it is to sell to them, but also the bigger the addressable market size, right? And then you have to ask yourself, do I want to go for a tiny little segment of, let's say, 1,000 people where it's easy to sell to them, but then you're capped at 1,000 people? Or do you want to go for this market size where it's like 1 million people, but it's harder to sell to them? And obviously, we want to focus at this market segment, right? Because, and this again is the point, you want to be a top 1% marketer. Only the top 1% marketers focus on this market segment because it's so difficult to sell to these people. And all of the guys who don't understand marketing or who are not obsessing with it will not be successful in this segment, right? That's why they don't touch it. They don't understand how to build a 20-minute VSL to take somebody from an unaware stage to an aware stage where they want to give you money, right? And that's why they're like, I would rather copy and paste some drop shipping store that I saw Alex showing in his latest YouTube video with this product that's going viral right now because everyone wants to buy it. And then breaking news, bro, you're not going to become successful because you're lazy, right? You're not doing what it takes in terms of effort and input to become a top 1% marketer to then go for these big market sizes. So that's super, super important. Meaning you want to focus on the biggest market size and the hardest to sell audience. And again, this is not a get rich quick, right? We are not here for a get rich quick, right? Get rich quick is, it's a scam. It doesn't work, right? So you need to be putting in the effort for yourself to become a top 1% marketer to be able to sell to unaware prospects. You need to understand what to do to take someone through the different awareness stages, right? And that's really, really a lot of around how people work, their psychology, and especially consumer psychology, right? So to craft an offer that is able to do that, we need to align the offer with the market's mass desires. You guys heard of mass desires before? Like a big desire? Alex, maybe you can hold your hand up if you've heard of that before.
Yeah.
Perfect. You probably know all of the stuff that I'm talking about here.
It's so good, man. Like, it doesn't matter. I think it's, a lot of the guys here on the call and the guys who'll be watching, they're advanced marketers, but it's oftentimes so easy to forget these principles as we're getting caught up, like, in these like tactics, like, oh, it's like bid caps, cost caps, all this shit. And sometimes we are forgetting about these principles that are core foundation of any successful company that is scalable. So it's so good to get reminded of these, man.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. So let's talk about markets mass desires if you haven't heard about the concept before, because it's super, super important that you understand each of these concepts as they're really fundamental for your success. So the desires, the mass desires, are always a variation from the core drivers of every single human being. And again, this right now, it's not directly about e-commerce. It's not even about advertising. This is really, really deep psychology that we're going into here, right? Because again, to take somebody of your target audience or prospect from unaware, where they don't even know that they have a problem, and then basically take them through the different awareness stages to where they're ready to give you money for a problem that they didn't even know they had 10 minutes ago, it really takes effort. And it really takes a good understanding of how people work and what drives people, right? Their motivations, their pain points, their fears, and all of that stuff. So the core drivers of every single human being on the planet Earth has these core drivers. The first core driver is that you want to mate, meaning you want to find a sexual partner throughout your lifetime that you want to make babies with. Maybe you're 15, you're 20, you're 25, watching this video, you're a bit young and you're like, nah, I don't want to have kids, right? This applies to every single human being on the planet Earth. This is evolutionary wired into your brain, right? This is the basic desire. This is the basic desire of every single human being, basically every single animal living on this planet, right? You want to find a partner throughout your life that you can mate with and have babies and give you DNA, right? That's number one. Secondly, this is the second core driver of basically every single action that you take is the fear of dying. And then I put in brackets alone. We have this fear of dying, and especially we have the fear of dying alone, right? You can see that these two core drivers are also a bit connected with each other, because on the one hand side, everything we do ties back to we want to have a partner and mate and have babies and give our DNA. And then the second big driver is that you are going to die one day, and you're aware of that because you're a smart human species, right? You know that one day you're going to die. So this is really, really core, that really deep down, those two are the core drivers of anything you do. Maybe you're not aware of this right now, right? But every action you do in your day-to-day and in your life ties back to those two, right? Either way, you're doing something that increases the chances of finding a partner, increases the chances of having a baby or a successful family. Or secondly, it ties back to you have the fear of dying, right? So now that you've heard about this concept, you can use this, right? This is really foundational human psychology. But if you understand this about how humans think and what motivates people, then you can use this to sell them something, right? I don't want to start talking about tactics around how to sell. I want to go like 10 levels deeper, right? I want to go 10 levels deeper. And this is what I'm obsessing about, because this is the stuff that the 1% marketers think about, right? They don't think about, should I use this word in my headline or should I use this word in my headline, right? Like they don't do this nitty gritty stuff. They always start with the basics. So now I've talked a lot around foundational concepts of human psychology and how markets work. Now let's apply this to the Kinobody example. For Kinobody, if you look at the brand, it's a brand from Gregory Gallagher, this good-looking guy from right here. He's a big fitness influencer. He's one of the biggest fitness influencers worldwide with over 2.7 million followers across his socials. Mostly young man, right? And he sells products, everything from supplements to clothing to programs and high-ticket coaching, right? So with the cold-friendly offer framework in mind, we wanted to craft an offer that plays to the strengths of the brand, right? Now what we are doing in this next step is we tie the basic principles that I've just gone through with like the high level of Kinobody. So now we want to bring both of those together. So the way we did that is we looked at the brand. What are the strengths of the brand? If I look at Kinobody, if you go onto his Instagram, you're going to see a lot of girls, right? You're going to see a lot and a lot and a lot of girls. What you're also going to see is status. So you place a lot with status, nice cars, nice watches, nice lifestyle, nice vacations, nice trips, big mansion in Canada, nice watches, all of that. And then fitness, obviously, he's jacked 24/7, right? He is below 10% body fat, nice muscles, workout, and all of that stuff. So these are the biggest strengths of the brands. And in best case, we wanted to have an offer that combines all of that together, right?
So Carl, like, sorry
Sure.
for interrupting. I know I just have this tendency to interrupt people. I'm sorry. So yeah, maybe at the end of the call, right? Like we'll go through like what people like. So obviously this is a great platform already, right? With 2.7 million, there's a lot of data. There's a lot of kind of like nuggets that you can take from it. But if we can reflect maybe at the end of the call, how this could be like applied for maybe like smaller brands that don't have that momentum, right? Or maybe you covered that throughout the presentation, so it could be applicable to different levels.
Sure, let's do that. I'm gonna just go through the presentation to just share everything, and then at the end we can take some time to look at some different examples of how this could be applied.
Perfect. Thank you, man.
Perfect. Sure. Okay, sweet. So we had a look at the products that Greg already had. And then what we wanted to do is we wanted to focus on the testosterone supplement, this Kino Mojo, because we saw it already had a strong organic resonance, right? Like his audience loved the product. He was selling it a lot with like Instagram and stuff. But there was one problem that made it difficult to scale this product with paid acquisition, which was the progression of market sophistication. So market sophistication is the last complex concept that I'm going to talk about, but this is also super important. So we talked about market awareness stages, total addressable market. We talked about the core drivers of human psychology. And now we're going to talk about market sophistication. So market sophistication basically means that there's 5 different levels that every market progresses through, right? And the skepticism of the target audience and the people in the market increases with the time that they spend in the market and the amount of quality of buying experiences, right? So I'm gonna just go through this. A market has like 5 different levels. So for example, if there's a market that's completely untouched, like the market never has been sold like sparkling water before, then it would be completely untouched. And then we have the first brands coming into the market, offer their products, and we have more and more brands coming into it. And then, for example, level 5 would be that there's a crazy sophistication and therefore skepticism of the market just because they've been in the market for so long and they've bought like, let's say 20 different water bottles from different brands, like San Pellegrino, Evian, whatever they all are called, right? And they had so many different buying experiences. So with testosterone supplements, the market has been penetrated by dozens of offers and brands. So what I did is I went on the Meta ad library and I just put in testosterone, and you can see these are all of the ads that have been pushed live in like the last week or two. And you can basically infinitely scroll down this ad library because there's so many people pushing testosterone supplements into the market, and they have been for ages. So there's a highly, highly likable chance that your target audience, if you now sell testosterone supplements to them, is super skeptic. So the market sophistication for this specific offer has reached its maximum. And this concept of market sophistication and market awareness stages is so important because based on that, you need to address the market differently in your marketing, right? If somebody hasn't seen your offer before, then you need to communicate your offer differently, right? Than if they have already seen hundreds of offers. So that's why this concept is also so important. So the consequence of that, because the market sophistication has progressed to the maximum, is that the unit economics became crappy. Because if there are so many different advertisers on the platform that all bid for the same offer for the same target audiences, you can imagine that it's a pretty shitty situation. So at this market stage, basically the only way of scaling you have is to undercut the price of the market. All right. So it's a pricing game, or you scale with high customer acquisition costs. If all of the testosterone supplements, let's say, cost $40, and therefore everyone has their cost caps at $30 because they don't want to spend more on CPAs, and you are able to spend $100 per CPA because you're VC backed or something, or have too much money, then you could scale, right? But obviously the unit economics become shitty at this point. But since we wanted to scale profitable, even though Greg has a lot of money, we had to have great unit economics, right? We wanted to have front-end profitability. So we brainstormed around a new offer that has a high average order value with great margins and allows us, most importantly, to market it differently, right? Which is why we combined the testosterone booster, the Kino module, with the pre-workout, the Kino Nitro, and then added a digital product to the bundle. So now we have these 3 products together in one bundle and in one offer. And the offer that we pushed was a 30-day challenge with 2 supplements and a diet and training guide. We called this the 30-day Mojo Mastery Challenge. We like to call it Mojo just because Kinobody basically coined the term Mojo, right? So us combining and bundling up these different products and adding the digital product to it led to a $97 AOV instead of a $40 AOV and then a $69 subscription. Because what we did is we built this offer. We also built a school community. We funnel all of the people in the school community. They buy the $100 AOV offer with the challenge. Then they're in the school community and then they get the products once a month for $69, right? Pretty simple, you should think. So as I said, we added community in the backend for high retention. So we had a high gross margin on the first order and then also a high customer lifetime value. So as I said in the beginning, the result was with that offer, we could cut down newcomer customer acquisition cost by 66%. We were even able to decrease the ad spend by 40%, scaled on a 9.3x ROAS, again, increased monthly profits by over $200,000. So what I want to do now in the next chapter is break down the creative and advertising structure. Before I get started with that, Alex, do you want to touch open anything or should I just continue and then we...
Yeah, moment. Let's continue. Yep.
Yeah, okay, sweet. I'm really in flow now. I got everything going now. I can just talk for hours. So chapter 2, breakthrough advertising. For this, I like to follow a 5-step framework that I'm going to share with you now.
Pellegrino.
So basically, first of all, what we do, we want to test different angles. Then we want to double down on the best performing angle. Then we want to do multiple iterations of the best performing ad. Then craft a VSL and a congruent landing page. Pretty simple. I like to build these presentations and my videos with frameworks so that you can follow it, right? Like everything I do, if you go on my YouTube or Twitter, I try to do as much as possible in frameworks because then it's easiest for you to just do it with your own stuff. So that's why 5-step framework. So step number 1, angle testing. You want to craft multiple angles for your offer that you have and then test for resonance. So let's say we look at the offer, right? Whatever that offer is. You will always have multiple angles to sell the same offer, right? So in this case, the first angle we had for the Mojo Mastery Challenge was testosterone, right? Improve your testosterone, you have low testosterone, yada, 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 right? Angle 2 was dating. So Mojo Mastery Challenge, become a better guy, become lean, healthy, find a girlfriend, right? And then angle 3 was fitness. So become fitter in the gym, crush your competition, get a 6-pack and all of that. Right. And then we basically wrote out scripts for these different angles following this creative framework. So I'm going to just open it up so you can see the whole script. Again, I'm now going to give you the basic framework of the script. At the end of the presentation, I'm going to share like 10 exact scripts with you. I have a whole Google Drive where we have 10 creatives in video format and 10 scripts completely written out, but it doesn't fit in this presentation. So this is the basic concept that we've always followed for the ads. We started with a hook, then go into their pain, transition in terms of we pitch them. Then we explain the mechanism. We go into their desire. We add some proof, and then we have a call to action. So the basic script is, hey, Alex, do you want to achieve this? And then we put in their desired situation. And then I say, listen up, there's a problem. What you've been doing wrong in the past. But good for you today, there's a better way, which is this product, the new mechanism. And this mechanism helps you achieve your desired situation. It already helped these other people. So click here now for the solution. It's super, super simple. But this is the basic framework that it comes down to write a good ad, right? And you could put anything into this. I could even put services into this, right? Like whatever product you have, you could put it into this creative framework. And that's why I'm such a big fan of framework. I could even say, I don't know, Alex, do you want to have a nicer haircut? Then the problem is you've been going to the wrong barber. But there's a better way, which is cutting your hair at home. And it helps you achieve your perfect haircut without having to go to a barber, pay so much money, etc., etc. It already helped hundreds of other successful entrepreneurs save time, save money, have a nice haircut every day. So click here now for our new haircut device, right? Like you could put anything into this framework and it works. So with Kinobody, we quickly found a winning angle, which was the angle dating, right? But like initially, for example, if you look at the Mojo Mastery Challenge with like fitness products, and you would just go, oh, let's do a fitness angle, then you maybe wouldn't have found like such a good winner, which in this case was dating, right? Like a completely random angle that we chose. So I'm gonna now show you the creative that performed really well.
Here are 3 easy steps. Now, step 1, you want to stop chasing her. Now, most men just give women way too much attention where they don't value your attention anymore. Or guys get frustrated and start acting like dicks. The key is you want to actually be very nice and chill, but you want to reduce your attention so she's always chasing more of it. Secondly, you want to focus on your money and your body. Get hyper-focused on getting in shape, on hyper-focused on accelerating in your career and learning skills. This is what is most important. Women are naturally attracted to the highest quality mate. If you're always improving yourself, women are going to be looking at you as the best possible option. Now, third, there's actually an unfair advantage that some men have over 95% of the other men. Now, I put together a 10-minute video showing you exactly what this unfair advantage is and how you can get it quickly. So watch the video and I'll show you how to get a massive advantage over the competition.
So this is everything executed by Greg.
So this is an ad?
Yeah, this is one of the ads we ran.
For supplement or for coaching?
For the offer that I just went through.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Challenge.
Yeah. 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 So this is like everything that I'm going to show now is for this Mojo Mastery for Kinobody.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. So now we saw that this was performing really well. So now next step, we want to double down on that, right? We want to get a good understanding of why did it perform so well. So you dive deep into your target audience, understanding for the best performer. So you want to do research, right? You want to research their pain points. You want to research their objections, and you want to research their excuses of why they haven't been able to achieve their desired state before. So, for example, you want to deep dive into forums. One of the things we did, because the dating angle worked best of, do you want to make her chase you? We went onto Reddit and we found a nice subreddit called Dating Advice. And then we read through hundreds of different blogs and comments from young males where they wrote, I cannot get a girl. I have these problems getting a girl. Like, I always chase girls, but they never reply. Or I'm not confident enough. Or I don't know how to talk to girls, right? Like they would write everything that they think and feel into Reddit. It's crazy. Like the stuff you can find in Reddit, it's a gold mine, right? So I like to go on Reddit. I like to go YouTube comments. I like to go to magazines. I like to go through Facebook comments. Basically everywhere where your target audience is spending time and talks about how they feel and think. So one of the pain points we found in Reddit, like this is literally one of the things we found in Reddit from like 101 of the copy. I feel like I'm in some sort of matrix where things are just meant to happen for others when I'm not around. This is what one guy wrote on Reddit, right? Another pain point was some dudes just seem to slide from one relationship to the next with ease, while others are forever alone. And then basically what we did is we looked at different pain points. So these are just 2 examples of like dozens we found. So then we looked at the objections. So this is what they basically said why they cannot get a girl. So they said, I don't have enough money. All of the guys that get the girls are rich, right? Or have a big house or nice car. Or they say objections around like, I don't look good. I'm not tall enough. I don't have a 6-pack, right? They make up all of these crazy excuses. Or then they say, they don't have game. They don't know how to talk to girls. They don't know how to slide into the DMs, right? And again, this is all of the stuff that we found on Reddit. And then excuses. They say, social media is so bad. TikTok is so bad. It destroys women nowadays. Or they say, it's the woman's fault. It's not my fault that I cannot get a girl. It's the fault of every single woman out there. Or they say genetics, right? Like, my parents gave me bad genetics, which is why I don't have a girlfriend today. And basically, we go through all of this, right? So we literally read hundreds of these blogs and comments and wrote down their pain points, their objections, and their excuses. And then what we did is we combined that with the one ad that we had that performed really well and did different iterations. So you want to craft multiple variations of the best performer based on the research you do. So for example, for this first pain point where they said, I feel like I'm in some sort of matrix, we wrote the hook, why is it so hard to get a girlfriend, right? So we take the pain point, and for that exact pain point, we write a hook. And you can see the ad creative.
It's so unfair to get dates and quality girlfriends nowadays. Over the past few years, it's become really tough out there. Most young men struggle so hard to get dates, it's frightening. And it's not just guys you think wouldn't be good with girls. Even intelligent, decent-looking guys with cool social circles are still struggling. Guys you'd see and think they're doing it right, but even they have an incredibly hard time getting a beautiful girl even remotely interested in them. But on the other hand, there's still always that group of guys that seem to hop from one girl to the next effortlessly. It's almost like opportunities to meet girls are just being thrown at them.
So we basically took all of the shit that we found in the research and put it into a nice ad with a nice story, right? And then we play out this ad, and then the young 16-year-old watches that, and they are like, holy fuck, he says literally exactly how I feel. Another example is this one, right? Some dudes just seem to slide from one relationship to the next with ease. A hook that you can write then is the harsh reality of why most women won't date 95% of you guys. And then the ad could look like this.
Why you wouldn't date 95% of guys? Look, you can do everything right on the surface. You can be intelligent, have decent looks, have a great social circle, but still, beautiful women would rather opt for the guy who's going to 100% hurt them in the end, even if he's not even better looking than you. But what does this guy have that you are lacking?
So we just, again, play on the pain points, we play on the objections and the excuses that we found, right? So we went through all of the iterations, basically doubling down on your winner. The next step is to write a sick VSL. So based on the research, based on the best performing angle, with congruency to your creatives, you craft a VSL. So here's the framework. Again, I have the whole VSL scripted out in the Google Drive. I'm going to give that to you at the end of the presentation. Just want to give you the basic framework. With the VSL, we start with a big promise. We then go on to show a lot of proof that we can actually achieve that promise with the offer that we're going to pitch at the end. We then have the whole hero story of the guy who's selling it, right? Then we have a current situation call out where we say, hey, listen up. I know where you're at, but there's still hope. Then we throw shade at other solutions. We tell them why all of this stuff doesn't work. We then explain them exactly how our offer works, and then we pitch them. This is the basic concept and basic framework of how to do VSLs. Again, I will give you the whole script at the end of the presentation. So to give you, in a shortened version, to give you a taste of what a VSL could look like. Big promise is something like revealed, the unfair advantage that allows some guys to almost magically attract girls, effortlessly slide from one girl to the next and get chased, loved, and adored by 10 out of 10 women. This would be a big promise, right? Like there's a certain unfair advantage. Then the big proof. My name is Greg Gallagher. You might know me from XYZ, talking about how I cracked the code of my life. Over the past years, I spent most of my days dating models, driving supercars, traveling the world, just living a sick life. Then we have the hero story, where he says, hey, it wasn't always like this. This is why I need to tell you the story. I couldn't always get girls that easily, so let me explain to you how I found out about this. Then we have the epiphany, which is basically, hey, listen, I wasn't like this always, but then I had a crazy moment where I realized how to do it. And I'm going to share it with you now. Then we have the current situation call out of your target audience where we say, hey, you are in this situation. It's really bad for you. We basically double down on the pain. We then go to hope, right? So we give them hope. It's not all lost. You are in a really bad situation, but there's something that you can do to get out of this bad situation. And we then say, hey, the one thing that you can do to get out of this bad situation is this product or this offer. And then we pitch them, right? Again, I was just going through this a bit. I would just give you the whole framework with everything written out at the end, but I just wanted to give you like a good understanding of how VSLs work. So let me show you the VSL.
The entrepreneurs allow some guys almost magically attract women, effortlessly slide from one girl to the next, and get chased, walked and adored by 10 out of 10 women. While you may struggle to get a text back, quality matches on Tinder, let alone serious dates or a girlfriend. Let's cut the shit. You've seen it before. The guys who just seem to almost magically attract women or effortlessly sliding from one girl to the next or getting chased.
Basically just a 10-minute video of everything that I went through right from the script, but this is the VSL. And then the last step is to have a nice landing page. Basically what we do is we write down everything that we have in the ads. We just take the stuff from the scripts, put it into a nice landing page. With the landing page, again, you can see we just take exactly the same big promise. We take the exact pain points. We include the VSL. We have a call to action and some trust factors. This is the hero section of the landing page, right? Super, super straightforward. We then have a section with the value proposition where we break down exactly what's included in the module mastery challenge, what's included in the classroom, what's included in the community and all of that stuff to explain the value proposition. So basically the value that they're getting out of the offer. We then have a lot of customer success stories, right? A lot of before and afters, a lot of testimonials, everything to build trust. We then have the offer breakdown to explain to them what's included in the offer and again, tie this to their main goal. We then have the offer section with the call to action where we sell them the product. We then have, again, testimonials to create more trust. We then have a money back guarantee to create more trust. We then have a FAQ section to take the last objections, and that's it, right? So these are basically the sections you need if you craft the landing page, right? It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple. You can just follow these 8 sections. You need to have a great headline that calls out the desired situation, talks about the problems with a sick VSL. You need to explain the exact value proposition of the offer, have customer success stories, break down the offer, make it available to buy, obviously, have testimonials, have a guarantee, and then end up with FAQs. The next funnel that we're going to break down is from Cocunat Beauty, which is a huge beauty brand from Spain. I'm again going to show you the creatives, the landing pages, the offer, the checkout process, and everything you need to know in this case study. This brand called Cocunat did over $100 million in lifetime revenue and is one of the most famous direct-to-consumer brands in complete Spain. So all of the girls know this brand. And we've been working together with this brand for over half a year now and have been consistently optimizing all of the important pages. In this video, I want to completely break down their paid acquisition funnel from the creatives to the landing page to the checkout process and the emails that they're sending out afterwards. So you can implement this too, right? I want to break down what works, how we build this funnel, how we build the front end offer so you can apply this to your brand too. And I also want to show that you don't have to overcomplicate stuff, right? You can see that this is pretty simple. We have the ad, then we push it to the landing page, then through a checkout process, and then we send out these emails afterwards. So let's get started, shall we? What you can see here is that are focused on one of their best-selling products, which is this bundle of the Perfect Curls pack, right? This is the bundle of 3 different products, basically, which is selling for almost $55. Now, let's get started with the creatives. I've conducted them here so we can break them down together, right? So basically the copywriting is pretty simple. It's the same one on all of these three, right, which you can see. So let's break it down. Now is the right time to start the curly method. In just 10 minutes, you will get flexible curls with movement thanks to our 100% natural formula. So here you can see that already in this small text, they break down the value proposition, right? So they have a great hook, which is in just 10 minutes, you will get flexible curls with movement thanks to a 100% natural formula. This is the complete value proposition. What I mean with value proposition in one sentence is that you don't need any more information to understand the product and the offer and what it does for you. So this is what you need to do on top of your website and also in the creatives and in the hook, so that it's super simple for your prospect to understand the value of your product and your offer. And then here they call out the pain point, right? No more frizz, no more dryness, no more undefined curls. So they also talk about the pain point and talk about the prospect's current situation. In just 3 steps, you will get these benefits, right? Here we have the bridge from the pain point, bridge, and then here we have the desired situation. And what you can see here in the copywriting is it's super well from the consumer psychology, because here we have the hook and we have the value proposition in one sentence, which gets them to stop and which gets them to actually read it. Then we call out their current situation, right, with all of the pain points that they have. And then we bridge, and then we introduce the solution, and then we talk about the benefits, right? This is pretty similar to how people are doing sales. Right? We talk about the pain points first, then we bridge, and then we close the gap with our offer, and we talk about their desired situation. So desired situation: frizz-free, hydrated and nourished curls with hair serum, defined and loose curls with the booster, winner of the Beauty Shortlist Awards. Here we already give them a bit of proof that we can actually deliver on the value proposition, and then flexible curls with movement and medium hold with the curl spray, right? And then here, let's have a look at the creative together. So this is the first creative, and we're also going to have a look at the other creatives. So what you can also see with these first 2 creatives before we have a look at the third one is that they use a lot of UGC, right? They use a lot of UGC. They just had like 1 or 2 premium shots from studio, but most of the creative was UGC. It's pretty straightforward in terms of talking about the product benefits, the ease of use, and also the guaranteed results from day one, right? So it's pretty straightforward. It doesn't have a lot of fluff. It doesn't have a lot of whatever, right? It's pretty straightforward. And then it's also pretty short, right? This one was 20 seconds. This one was 25 seconds. So let's have a look at the last one. Here you can see they have pretty much the same shots from this one, right? Just with a different call out, which is more premium. And what you can also see is that they don't even have somebody talking about this. It just is kind of like rock and roll music where they talk about the benefits. And what you can also see by clicking through this is that they are targeting different customer avatars, right? You can see that they're using 6 to 7 different models here in these videos with different ages, with different hair structure, different hair color, different hair length, right? Just so in these 20 seconds, they can kind of target all of the big customer types that they have and the big customer avatars, right? Because if they would, for example, only use this one model from the beginning, it will only talk to the audience that is in the same age and the same looks and everything. But for example, this is a completely different audience from, for example, this girl, right? They look completely different. So if they would only show this model in the video, then they would completely miss this one, right? So this is also a really important point that you always have to be aware of. Who am I selling the product to? What do they look like? What are the demographics? What are the age, gender, what are their hobbies, where do they live, how do they live, how does their apartment look, and everything. All of these like subtle preferences, right, from your prospect, from your target audience, so that they can really resonate with the creatives they see, and they can also resonate with the model, right? That is super, super important that you have your biggest customer avatars in mind. So these are the creatives that they're using, right? Obviously, they have a couple of more creatives, but just so you get the point in terms of how they've structured it. And also to, again, get the point across, it's pretty simple, right? 20 to 25 second creative talking about the value proposition, about the benefits, about the nature ingredients, showing 6 to 7 different models, right? Mostly UGC and just some premium shots in between. And then at the end, they have a call to action. And again, super simple, but this is $100 million brand, right? So you don't have to overcomplicate it. You don't need to have 10-minute videos. You can also make it pretty straightforward like they're doing it. So let's get back to how we have structured the landing page. So we've just broken down the creatives, right? And what you can see that all of these creatives, first of all, they had the same text and the same hook and the same copywriting and everything. Then the creatives were a little bit different, and the call to action and everything is all the same. And now they all push to this landing page. So let's have a look at this landing page together. So what you can see here, right? I'm gonna just quickly scroll through it so you can get a look and feel for the whole landing page. And you can also see that it's not too long. Actually, it doesn't have too many sections, right? It has what you can see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sections, right? So it's pretty short. So let's break it down so you can get an understanding of the consumer psychology and also why we do what we do here. So first of all, it starts with this countdown timer, right? Limited time, 30% off. It ends in 5 minutes, 20 seconds. This is a great opener for the whole landing page because it creates urgency for the prospect to take action, right? Remember, they saw the creative, they saw the value proposition, the benefits and everything. And now they are interested, they have the awareness around the product, and now we want them to take an action, right? And this is why we have this countdown timer here, so that we get them to not only wanting to explore the product, but actually take an action. So what happens if you have the countdown timer is that they think, oh, if I really want to get this 30% off, I'm interested in the product, then I have to take an action now, right? I cannot think about it for an hour or a day or 2 days. I have to take an action now. Now, secondly, what we have there is that we have the model, right, with the happy face. I talk about this in all of the videos on my channel. You want to display your customers with a happy emotion, right, that they are smiling, because as you know, the prospects, we all as humans, we have these mirroring neurons in our brain. So as soon as we see another human being with a certain emotion on their face, we feel this emotion, right? Our brain reproduces the same state. So if this girl is happily smiling or has this cheeky smile, we also feel this way, right? And now she is posing with these 3 products, so which we've already seen in the creatives, right? So we have, again, we have the congruency from the creative in terms of the model, because this is one of the models from the creative. Then we have the congruency in the imagery, right, in the color scheme and everything. And then also in the value proposition, because here we talk about the curly method, perfect curls. And then here we have don't dream of perfect curls, get them, right? So what we do is we show the desired state of the prospects in this image here, right? The beautiful girl with beautiful curls, right? And then stop dreaming of perfect curls, get them. This again is a great call to action. So here we have a really subtle countdown timer, which is already giving them the urgency that they have to take an action. And here we actually talk about them taking action, right? Stop dreaming, do something about it. And you may be familiar with this style of copywriting too from info products, right? Or coachings where they tell you, hey, stop dreaming. You need to take an action. You need to start doing this today if you want a better life, right? Then what you can see here too is that we have different product benefits, right? Cruelty-free, patented formulas, sustainable packaging and everything going through the screen. And we also have this call to action, right? Let me get back. We have this floating call to action. So we have all of the important elements in this above the fold section. Now, if we scroll down, we can see the product image here of the bundle that we are going to buy, right? Here with the 30% off badge, 3 steps, 1 goal, perfect curls badge. And here then we have the pricing, right? 54.35. We have the old price cut through, and then we also have you are saving 23 euros. Right. And then we have over 3,000 5-star reviews. So we give them a lot of trust, right? There are thousands of other people who have already bought this product and who love it. And then here we have, you can get it home in 1 to 2 days. So super fast shipping. Now, what we have here is we talk about the product benefits, right? What I see a lot of people doing wrong in this section is they talk about the product features, right? Something like this bundle has 3 products. These products, this one is 150 millimeters, this one is 100, this one is a 50. These are, I don't know, right? They just talk about the product features, about what the product is, but not about what the product does for the prospect or the customer. And that's what we always want to do in the product description. So here we say, specific pack to keep your curls loose, beautiful, full of life and movement, no clumping or frizz, deeply moisturizes and nourishes, perfect for keeping your hair curly and frizzy. And then again, we have the call to action. And then directly under this first section, we have a lot of social proof, right? With before and afters, as you know, for beauty, health, wellness, before and afters work amazing. So what you can see, guaranteed results. Over 1 million women are in love with their curls. We have the most effective formula to keep your hair curly and perfect. And then you can see this before and after. And what you can also see here is we're playing with different customer avatar than here, right? And then what we have is another section, which is basically again breaking, which is talking about the pain point, right? About the current situation that they are in. Damaged curls, right? A question so that we can get them thinking. Save your curls before they look like this. And then we have 3 different pictures of their current situation, right? Where they want to get away from. So again, we show them the pain. And then we have a section that breaks down how do we do it. And this is always important that you not only talk about the desired situation, break down the product, but you also explain how the product works, right? Because the market sophistication in the beauty segment is really, really far. Right? Girls especially, they are experts in this field, right? They know exactly all of the ingredients and all that stuff. So, which is why you have to break down the product. So here we break down the 3 different products in the offer, in the bundle, from the booster, the moisturizer, and the argan serum, so that they can understand why this specific bundle helps them, right? And then again, we have a call to action. So you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4 sections already that we discussed. And now we only have 1, 2, 3, 4 more. So next one, incredible results. Here again, we talk about the product benefits. And what you can see is that here the product benefits are pretty similar to what we have here in the image, right? We don't need to completely redesign this again or come up with different copywriting. Sometimes we just have to tell them the same thing in different ways, right? With different designs, different wordings, different copywriting or different sections. Because what happens sometimes from the prospect is they look through this and then they just scroll through it, right? And then they just see these big words. And when we want to get certain benefits across a certain value propositions, we need to make sure that they see it. So sometimes we have multiple sections just talking about the same benefit, right? I'm going to show this in a second on the homepage too. So I just quickly wanted to show this on the homepage, right? That we sometimes have multiple sections to get across the same benefit or the same value proposition, right? For people that skim through this. So here, for example, here again, we have the same value proposition, same benefits. And then I'm going to just scroll through this so you can see it. So for example, we have multiple sections talking about happy customers, right? We have this section here with happy customers and the reviews. That's the first one. Then we have this one, right? Another sections to talk about happy customers, showing testimonials. Then again, here we show happy customers, right? Then we have the offer. Then we have the breakdown of how it works. And then again, we show happy customers, right? So we have 2 times. And then here we show more happy customers. And then at the bottom, we show influencers, right? So we have 5 sections basically doing the same stuff, right? Creating trust and creating social proof. And you can see that this section here, right, is exactly similar to this section, just in a different design, right? So that it looks new for the prospect, but basically gets the same point across. So this is sometimes what you want to do on the landing page, that you want to get the same point across, right? But you need to do different designs because some people would just skim through it, right? So let's continue with this. Afterwards, we have curly hair, perfect curls. Do you know the difference? No coconut and with coconut. This is basically what happens if you don't use the product and then when you use a product. So just another section to talk about their current situation, what they're struggling with, all of the pain points listed here. And then here, the desired situation, all of what they want their hair to be, right? This is also a really great section, also used across a lot of different spaces where they talk about this is what happens if you don't use the product and this is what happens if you use the product, right? So this is the perfect comparison. Then below that, we have customer reviews, right? I've talked about this numerous times. This is to build trust, to give them social proof, and to show them that other people are in love with the product. And then what you can do in the customer reviews is that you handle certain objections, right? Leaves my curls super natural, doesn't damage the hair, it's perfect. Amazing curls. My hair looks amazing, right? Wonderful. It takes care of the hair and leaves it with a natural defined curl with little effort. So here it targets the biggest customer objections, right before they buy it. And then the last section that we have, you don't like it, no problem. So if they scroll down to the bottom and they still have certain anxiety or certain questions, we just give them this section, right? We have this on all of the landing pages where we give them a money back guarantee, or we show them how easy it is to try the product or send it back if they don't like it, right? And here we also break it down. You get the order in 1 to 3 days, 14 days, free shipping, hassle-free return, and we refund the complete amount, right? So this is the complete landing page breakdown. Then what happens if you click on the buy now, we push it directly to checkout, what you can see here. And then basically what happens is that, we have, this is in German now because this is based on my location, but we have a couple of upsells here, right? So we can increase the average order value from $58 to something like $70, $80, $90, right? And then, this is the Shopify checkout, as everybody is familiar with. So I'll just go and show you the screenshots. Basically went through the checkout here with the upsell, bought the product. And now after I've bought the product, they obviously send you the shipping confirmation. And now they also send you this confirmation, more like a welcome mail, right? Because we want to keep them with the brand, right? We don't want them to buy once or twice. We want to turn them into a fan, into a loyal customer. So we have this really nice designed email that greets us and that welcomes us into the Cocunat family, right? Where we can get a discount code for the next time and where they invite us to join the community of Cocunat and become a brand ambassador, right? So again, you can see it's pretty easy, pretty straightforward. We've broken down the different creatives. We've broken down the landing page. Checkout process is the basic one that you know from Shopify. We've just included some upsells here and then some testimonials down here to increase the trust. And then you can see the emails that have been used. So what I wanted to do with this video is break down the full paid acquisition funnel for one of their best-selling offers, right? And then we have the same acquisition funnel for the other offers, right? So they have numerous products. I can show you the page too. They have numerous products for body, hair, face, and everything, right? So the acquisition funnel for the bundle offers, for the cold-friendly offers, always looks like this. Just one straightforward sales page, really basic creatives that get the most important points across, and then straight to checkout, and that's it.
The next case study is also around the funnel, around the landing pages, pre-sale pages for Nomisk. This is a case study that went completely viral back in 2023 because we've helped them go from 0 to over 8 figures in their first year of launching. So in the next video, you're going to see exactly what we did there in terms of the targeting, in terms of the offer, in terms of the pre-sale pages and funnel. So yeah, you can do it yourself.
Most brands try to unlock a higher level of scale and profitability by iterating their performance marketing efforts and trying to cut down acquisition costs. And this may sound good in theory, but it's quite problematic because you're pulling on the same lever as everybody else. Meaning you're trying to squeeze out another 10, 20, 30%, on your acquisition costs instead of focusing on your 5 or 10x growth potentials, right? So this means you're in a red ocean of competition with no room for errors, which ultimately means that you're only going to survive this bloodbath if you're lucky. And I want to introduce you to the solution to this. It's mastering your product market fit 2.0 and finding unique accesses. This is going to be the main success differentiator for your brand to your competition. So to play all the cards right in our purpose, the following steps are non-negotiable. First of all, you have to create an irresistible offer to really master the go-to-market phase. Secondly, you want to have a unique competitive advantage. And this is super, super important. I cannot stress this enough. Either way, you want to have a factually unique product, unique unit economics, or you want to have a unique market which you can address with a unique angle. You need to have one of these three. Super important. A lot of people think that they have a unique product or unique market or something, but then they have 100 people selling the exact same product, right? So you really want to find your unique competitive advantage. And lastly, you need a unique access channel to the market where you're selling the product to. So either way, a channel where the product has never been significantly scaled, a channel where the product has never been scaled with your unit economics, or a channel where a specific angle has never been pushed. You need to have one of these three to really drive through to the market. And I've also written an extensive guide for this topic that you can find here, where I break down the whole thesis and the theory behind product market fit from the theoretical aspect and then also from the application applied to this brand with all of the examples, right? Which you can find here, how to solve for product market fit, and then also the exact breakdown for this brand. So check this out if you need this. Now, before I get started with the whole case study, I want to briefly introduce myself just so you can evaluate whether you want to take this information for full and whether you want to watch the next 30 minutes of this video. So my name, as I said, Weische. I'm the founder of Accelerated, which is basically a conversion rate optimization agency and growth partner for 8-figure D2C brands with a team of over 40 people now. I've studied and graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration and Digital Business. And I also wrote my bachelor thesis about psychology and venture success. So my background is in all of the theory of how we can really take a business online and make sure that it succeeds over the long period. Over the past couple of years, I've worked with over 200 7, 8, and 9-figure D2C brands, including some of the biggest and fastest growing brands worldwide, like the Udi from Davey Fogarty, Vessi, or Kinobody. And I'm also a keynote speaker leading marketing events like the AdWorld that you can see, the Giga Dubai from Nick Shackelford, countless of other masterminds and marketing events, because the people who host these events invite us to share the strategies and the stuff that we do because we were able to do this in such a rapid space of time. So let's get into it. This is the case study, scaling to 8 figures with full funnel conversion rate optimization. And I wrote step 0 here because this is what you need to do before getting started. You gotta have a crazy offer, establish product market fit, and have the ads in place, right? But this right here is not the guide for creating the offer from scratch, establishing product market fit, or how to run your ads. What I did was I linked some resources if you want to dive deeper into that topic. So here I've linked the guide for establishing product market fit as a video, and then also the guide for offer testing, offer creation, also advertising strategies, which you can see in the video here. I just want to give you the high level product market fit for this product. The niche is female wellness. The problem that we are solving is the period pain during the cycle. And the product is this device that you can see here. The buyer persona 1 is the boyfriend or husband buying it for his girlfriend or his wife, or the dad buying it for the daughter. Buyer persona 2 is females for themselves. And the value proposition is the healthy, drug-free period cramp relief. So super important to dial this in. And now let's look into the next step, the conversion optimization framework. Let's get into it. I've broken down this whole full funnel optimization framework in 4 steps. First one, the conversion optimization basics. You can see this on the left-hand side, congruency, hero section, etc., etc. I want to break down all of this also to show you we don't need to nerd out about like small stuff or doing some micro changes. It's more about understanding the basic fundamentals of conversion optimization and really solving for unique traffic conversion mechanism, right? So first of all is the congruency. It's super important to have a clean transition from the ad to the product page, right? So what you want to do is you really want to align, and let me zoom into this so it's easier to look at. You really want to align the copywriting, the imagery, the colors, the product, the people shown in the video, and everything from the ad to the product page, right? Sometimes you can see that in the ad, they may show, let's say, a product in black, and then on the product page, they have the product in red, right? So you want to make sure that there's no friction from the ad and the creative that the user sees to the product page. So here you can see perfect congruency between the color scheme, between the product that is being shown in the ad, between the copywriting that you can see here and the wording we use and the wording that we have here to talk about the value proposition and the product benefits, right? So complete congruency from the ad to the product page. So we have a really smooth transition here. So next step, strong hero section. The first touch point of your landing page or homepage is the make or break of your page, because your prospect will decide whether or not to stay and buy. When you push traffic to a page and the first section, right, the first screen before they scroll isn't really appealing or compelling, then they will not invest their time and energy into scrolling through the page, right? So what you want to do is you want to have a direct value proposition, you want to have social proof and a call to action. So what you can see here is that at the top, we have these store benefits like free shipping, easy returns, and trusted by thousands, which is already setting this frame of this is a trustworthy brand. Then we have the value proposition. So we basically answer the question, what's in it for me as the consumer? So we tell them, meet Maya, right? The product that you can see here, instantly relieve period cramps. So this is the whole value proposition, right? Super simple. And then we have the call to action, shop now. And then also here we list the products. Now, compelling storytelling. Persuasive copywriting is the key to keep your prospects engaged. So what you want to do is you want, first of all, to understand your audience and the market that you're selling to. Everything that you're seeing in this document is based on extensive market and target audience research, because only then you can understand how to hit their pain points and then how to show them the desired outcome. So if we look at this, the product description benefits is that you can see provides heat and massage therapy to help relieve period cramps and muscle tension. Discreet, it can be worn on the tummy or lower back for on-the-go relief. Slim and lightweight, making it easy to use anytime, anywhere. Experience cozy, comfortable periods with Maya's targeted relief. For the target audience that we're selling the product to, this is working wonders, right? This is exactly hitting their current pain points. It's targeting their desired outcome, and it shows the ease of use of the product. So this is done really, really well. Next one, you want to build trust, because everybody can make outrageous claims, but your prospects need to believe you, right? So the easiest way to do this is by building trust. And I always like to say in my presentations, in marketing, the most valuable currency is attention. And when you want to sell, it's trust, because you need trust to get people to buy from you. So here's how. You want to show reviews. You want to show press releases or other brands or magazines featuring you. You want to use social proof, and you want to show happy customers. So if I zoom into this again, you can see that across the different pages, on the product page, in the menu, at the header, we establish all of these elements. So you can see here, as seen in Vogue, Vanity Fair, or Glamour, right? So we utilize press releases and other brands to build the trust. Then we show social proof. So here's a section called Trusted by Thousands, right? Then Here at the top, we show happy customer, my girlfriend loves it, 5 stars. And then here at the bottom, we show the review from Sheridan. Maya is incredible. I cannot stop telling my friends and family about this device. It has changed my world around when the time of month comes crashing through. So really subtly on every single step in the customer journey, we build the trust so that the prospect is more likely to buy. Super important. Next one, objection handling. To turn prospects into customers, you need to address and handle their concerns. So we have multiple sections on the product page and the landing page just to target this. So what you can see here is that we future pace them and tell them your new best friend. I've also talked about this in the case study video for the UDI, where we've built and redesigned the complete product page. I really love future pacing because it's already creating this emotion and this future state for the prospect of what will happen when they get the product. So you can see that we showed the unboxing experience here and what it will look like when they have the product. And then we tell them, unlike other options, Maya really works. No setup, no subscriptions, no awkward calls. And we say this because these are exactly the pain points and objections they have with competitor products, right? So we want to tell them that we are factually unique. You remember what I've talked about earlier. Her slim, lightweight design is comfortable, and instead of just masking cramps, she stops them right at the source. How it works, imagine having a massage just for your cramps. Maya is a warm, relaxing massage that hits all the right spots. So here we handle the objection of how does it work? How is it going to give me the transformation that I want, right? And then we play with this metaphor of having a massage just for the cramps. And then we tell them also easy as 1, 2, 3 and ditch the pills, because this is another pain point that they have. Usually when girls go to the doctor to talk about the pains they have during the cycle, maybe the doctor is giving them a drug or a pill or something, right? But they don't really want to use this for their body anymore. So this is also one of the value propositions, ditch the pills. We have been taught to take pills that are riddled with harmful side effects. So you want to switch to Maya for healthy, drug-free, period cramp relief. And as I said again and again, healthy, drug-free, period cramp relief is like one of the main value propositions that we're using here. So with these sections, we target all of the objections and handle them. Next one, irresistible offer. What I've talked about earlier, super, super, super important. You want to create an offer that's a no-brainer so your prospects buy. Here's how we usually do that. You want to have a huge perceived value. And this huge perceived value can be reached with 2 options. First option is that you create a huge bundle, right? So you have a huge bundle with, let's say, like 3, 4, 5 products together. So the customer thinks, whoa, this is huge. Second option is that we do all of this before, right? So we have a crazy value proposition. We show them how it works, etc., etc. And that's how we create this huge perceived value. Because we tell them, hey, listen, for $99, you're going to get rid of your pains and the period cramps and everything during your cycle forever. You don't need to take pills anymore and all of that stuff. So this can also, just because of the transformation that we're selling to the customer, be a huge perceived value, right? Secondly, what you can also do is give a guarantee. So something like money back guarantee that we're using for this product, 30-day free trials whatsoever. And you can also create a bargain feeling with discounts, right? So these are the ways to achieve the irresistible offer state. Next one, you want to remove anxiety. Right before buying, prospects will ask themselves if they're making the right decision. So you want to give them the certainty to push them over the edge and make the sale. So here's how to. In the cart, what we like to do is called nudging. So think of the state that the prospect is in at this point in the customer journey. They've seen the creative, they've been on the landing page, they've been on the product page, they've put the product in the cart, and now they're thinking, okay, should I really buy it? Right? So they have this anxiety at this stage. So what we do is we nudge them and tell them, congrats, you've made a great choice, right? So we give them a small pat on the back, reaffirming the decision that they are about to make with buying the product.
Then in the checkout, what we do is we communicate shipping and returns transparently down here. Something like 30-day money back guarantee, free shipping and returns, and over 50,000 happy customers, right? So we basically removed their anxiety at this step in the customer journey. Before the customer journey, it's more about handling the objections, creating the trust, giving them a great offer and a great value proposition and the persuasive copywriting. Now it's more about removing the anxiety in these steps of the customer journey because you've already convinced them that the product is great and that they should buy it. Now, these are the main frameworks that I like to follow across all of the stores that we're working with. Now, step 2, you want to have a really good dialed in product page. Really quickly, before I show you how, the mindset that I like to go to for product pages is back to the basics. There are no shortcuts. There's no new fancy shiny object that big brands are doing. It's more about understanding the foundations and implementing them correctly. So if you look at the funnel pages, it always comes down to the stuff I've mentioned before. Creating an irresistible offer, building trust and motivation, removing anxiety and objections. And I've also created an extensive guide for building a product page based on exactly what we did for the UDI, which you can find here. I completely break down everything for the product page, right? Every single section so you can apply it yourself. Now, let's look at the product page together, right? So you can get a feel for this. You can see that this is not a usual product page from Shopify. This is a unique sales page that we built and that we're using with them. So what you can see is that, for example, here, we don't just have the product title as something like Maya or the heat device or something. We have the value proposition. Say goodbye to painful periods with Maya. Then we have the value proposition again. We have product benefits. We have a trust section with a lot of UGC content. We have testimonial section here. We have the press releases. We have how it works. We have comparison, right? We have the key features, money back guarantee, and more testimonials, and then an FAQ section at the bottom. So this is a complete sales page, and you can see that this is a crazy competitive advantage to having a regular product page, right? So this is super, super, super important. Again, you can check this in your own speed and time just to understand it. And again, here's the extensive guide where I explain every single section you need to have on your product page. Now, step number 3 is working with pre-sale pages. And I've talked about this in another video, is we are currently working with the UDI, with Weische, with Kinobody, and many more to optimize their complete acquisition and conversion funnel. I don't come in and do some micro changes on the current product page or something. For me, when I work with a brand, it's understanding the bird's eye view of the complete funnel from the first touch point, the first creative, to the last email they get, right? Every single step of the funnel needs to be dialed in. That's why I like to call this full funnel conversion optimization. And the biggest lever I see is dialing in every single step of the funnel to stay ahead of the competition. Sometimes the competition has crazy good creatives, but their product pages suck, right? Or they have great creatives, great landing pages, good product pages, but then their retention strategy sucks, right? So you really want to dial in every single step of the funnel. And what I've did was I've reverse engineered the customer journey of multiple successful 8-figure brands and put it into a flowchart that you can see here. So I literally broke down, I've went through the customer journey, right? I've looked at the ads. Let me zoom in. I've looked at the ads. I've went through the pre-sale pages. I've gotten the retargeting ads. I've went to the offer page. I've selected products. I've actually bought the products, right, to get all of the emails. And I've done this with multiple brands, which you can see in the flowchart. And I've also broken this down in a YouTube video where I've explained all of this. And what I found was they are all utilizing pre-sale pages in their funnels to maximize performance across the customer journey. So this is also what we are doing with Nomisk as we speak. So let's look at the pre-sale page that we are using together.
This is a so-called pre-sale page because it's not focused on directly selling the customer. It's more about giving them the option to experience the brand, understand the product, and have a customer journey where we slowly warm them up, right? Think of a sales call or a sales discussion, right? It's not like you meet a prospect and say, hello, my name is Carl. Do you want to buy? It's about asking them questions, taking their objections and slowly warming them up. And after 30 to 60 minutes, you're going to sell them, right? And the same principle we apply here. So what you can see here on the page is the device will change the way she deals with her period cramps forever. And you can see that this pre-sale page is targeted at the buyer persona of the boyfriend or girlfriend or the dad, right? Boyfriend or husband or the dad. So you can see here 6 reasons why you need to get Maya for your girlfriend before next cycle. And then we list the reasons, and then down here, we then push them to the next page, right? Really simple. Preset page, 6 reasons why it's an amazing product. Down here, after we formed them up, we then push them to the offer page, and then on the offer page, they can then buy the product, right? So super, super great way. Now, the last step in what you want to do, and we've basically consistently experimented and iterated with Nomisk from May last year, right? So from that point on, we've consistently ran multiple experiments and split test every single month, because the only way you're going to stay cutting edge once you've hit multiple 7 figures of sale is consistently split testing new copy, new UX UI designs, new offers, upsells, landing pages, product pages, whatever it may be in the customer journey, right? Going through this whole process will probably take me like 1.5 to 2 hours, but I will link a video and guide here soon. Here's the bird's eye view of the process, just so you can get an understanding of this once you fit multiple 7 figures. You want to do research, then you want to come up with ideas, and then you want to set up an A/B test for those ideas. Similar to what you do with creative testing, right? Because most people are familiar with creative testing. If you have different creatives, you put them into different ad sets, and then you put a certain amount of budget behind that, and then you see which creative is getting you the best ROAS and the most amount of sales or most amount of revenue, right? And we are following a similar principle with every single brand that we work with. So what we will do is we will do research. So we will go through winning creatives, winning angles, customer feedback, KPIs, Hotjar analysis, heat maps, click maps, surveys, Google Analytics, and everything that we can find. And based on all of these data points, we will come up with the highest leverage activities and ideas to fine tune the page or test new angles, new pages, right? So let's say one A/B test could be to have 2 different product pages, right? Or test a product page against a sales page that I've just shown you. And instead of just pushing this new sales page live, we split the traffic to the product page 50% and 50% to the sales page. And then over a certain period of time, we can compare the KPIs. So we can see how the conversion rate, average order value, and revenue per user is behaving across both pages. And then we can implement the winning variable.
In this video, I will explain how you can make more money per customer with cross-sells and upsells, and how we've used the strategies that I'm about to show you for a beauty brand and help them increase their revenue by 15%. How to make more money per customer. In a lot of the other videos, I talk about how to increase your conversion rate, how to get more people to buy from the traffic that you push to the page. But in this video, we're going to focus on what can you do so your customers spend more money with you. So first of all, I want to give a high-level overview of basically the funnel and basically the different steps that you have and where you can increase the average order value. So basically, high level, we have the product page, we have the cart page, we have the checkout page, and the thank you page. And all in all, we basically have 6 points across this customer journey where we can implement cross-sells or upsells or bundles to increase the average order value. And I'm just going to show you different scenarios for all of these pages so you can get a good overview for this. First of all, let's talk product page.
For the product page, two things that I really, really like doing is, first of all, bundling, right? We basically give them the same product in different bundles. So you can buy one of the product, two of the product, or three of the product. So we have different quantities of the same product. And then the more products we give them, the higher the discount is going to be. So we incentivize them to buy multiple products and to get a higher discount. So that's what you can see here on the right, where we basically have the bundle where they get a higher discount if they buy multiple products. And then what we also do is we pre-select the bundle in the middle. So we pre-select the two products basically, and we also give it this small badge saying, hey, this is the most popular. You're also going to get free shipping. You save $20. So this is a great way of doing upsells on the product page. Another great way is to basically combine different products, right? Let's say they are on the product page for protein powder, then similar to how Amazon is doing it, for example, you want to showcase them different other products that are frequently bought together just underneath the product section. This is also a great way of framing them on buying multiple products and also telling them, for example, hey, you're going to get better results if you buy all of these products together, or something like that. So these are two really great options to increase the average order value on the product page. Let's talk about what happens when they click on the add to cart before they are being pushed to the cart page. A lot of times, and you will be familiar with this, you are being shown a quick pop-up, right? So when they click add to cart, then there's a pop-up on screen that gives them a cross-sell or an upsell. Two great variants of these is what I'm going to show you now. And quick analogy from the consumer psychology, you basically want to make the upsell or cross-sell logical, right? You don't just want to give them any random product. When they buy a dog bed, you don't want to give them a leggings cross-sell or something. You want to make it really rational for the customer to buy multiple products. So just two different examples here from a fashion brand. Let's say they are on the product page for t-shirts. They add a t-shirt into their cart. Then you could show them a pop-up like here that's saying build your complete fit, right? You should buy the sweatpants and the sweatshirt in the same color, and then you have a complete fit. This is one great way of doing it. A second great way of doing this is, for example, selling them on a routine, right? Let's say you're in the beauty niche, in the skincare niche, and they buy one product. You can then have a pop-up saying, hey, your skin will thank you for this routine. You should add this product, and then you don't only have one face cream. You have like a complete set that you can use in a routine that will get you better results. So this is how you want to think about upsells and cross-sells. You want to make it logical and you want to incentivize the customer. So let's talk about the cart drawer. Here's a great example from Obvi, where basically in the cart drawer, they are just being shown the product that they added into the cart. And then, for example, at the top, you have a progress bar, right? You have a progress bar saying, hey, if you spend a certain amount of money with us, we are going to give you certain gifts, right? And this is really great because it uses gamification. So you can almost make it fun for them to spend more money. And then again, we just want to make it really easy for them to add more products into the cart to progress on this game here at the top. Let's talk about checkout. Checkout, you can basically, again, while they are purchasing, show them related items, show them something to complete their fit or something to enhance the results. And then basically, after they click buy, a really, really great opportunity is to show them a one-time offer. This is something, for example, that we've built on the Alex Hormozi store, is whenever they bought a book and they end the checkout and they buy it, we give them this one-time offer of upgrading the package. Right, so not only buy one book, but buy multiple books and get a free hat. Then lastly, on the thank you page, again, let's say this is what they bought. Another great way or something that you can do is show them, hey, did you get a chance to check out this product, right? Or you should also order this product. And these are just different ways that you can upsell and cross-sell customers and make more money per customer. And now I want to show you one of the tests that we did in action. Basically, the brand that we have been working with for over 1.5 years now is called Cocunat Beauty. It's one of the biggest skincare beauty brands in Spain, almost in Europe. And they have this really great product portfolio. And they also do an amazing job at branding, by the way, right? Like take notes from this brand. And basically, what we ran as a test for the product page is we wanted to upsell the customer. So this is the regular product page, right? This is what it looked like before we touched it, right? You can just see the products, and on the right-hand side, you can see all of the description, the add to cart and whatnot. And then we sat down and we thought, okay, we want to upsell the customers. What's the best way? Should we upsell them on the same product and give them more quantity? Should we show them like one single product to upsell, or should we give them a variety of products to choose from? And then we thought, okay, let's test it, right? We should really test it and see where people resonate the best with and where we get the best conversion rate and average order value from. So basically what we did is we conceptualized different upsells. This is the first one that we did, right? Where we basically upsold them on the same product, which you can see here. The second one that we did is this one, where we basically just gave them one different product as an upsell. And the third one is what you can see here, where we basically gave them a carousel of different products that they could choose from. And now what I want to do is I want to jump into the data, because this test we ran from April 17 to May 17, so almost a month. And here you can see the data from the 3 different variants. You can see, first of all, the reference data. Then you can see variation 1, which is basically this one where we upsold them on the same product. Then you can see variation 2, which is basically that we gave them one different product to upsell from. And then variation 3, which is basically this one that we gave them a carousel of products. And the results were super, super interesting. That's why I'm recording this video. So basically what you can see here is at the top, you see the KPI for users, the KPI for transactions, the KPI for conversion rate, for average revenue per user, for average order value, and for revenue. And what you can see here is that every single upsell we did outperformed the control in conversion rate, which you can see here, and also in revenue per user, which you can see here, and also in average order value. So really interesting. Every single variation that we conceptualized in terms of upselling the customer on the product page outperformed what they had. So that's the interesting thing, number 1. But number 2 is that you can see that here, variation number 2 outperformed every other variation by far. So you can see the conversion rate was the highest, the revenue per user was the highest, and the average order value was the highest, right? So you can see over this period that it also overall did the most amount of revenue. So this one outperformed the control by 15%. So 15% more revenue, which is really interesting, right? Because you don't know beforehand if an upsell on the same product works the best, or just one different product, or like a multitude of different products to choose from. You don't really know that, right? So that's why you have to run these tests. And basically now, if you go on the live page, you can see that that's why we implemented this one product, just because it had the highest conversion rate, it had the highest average order value, and it had the highest revenue per user. So this is why, if I was you, I would really sit down, take all of the stuff that I just showed from the presentation, the different options you have, choose some, create some variations, set up these A/B tests, and then see which works the best for you. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you need any help, if you need any resources, just comment down below, and also check out the resources that I'm going to put down below, which is going to help you set all of this up. And if you're not familiar with A/B testing, I will also link a video down below where I break down the whole A/B testing process and how it works, so you can set this up yourself.
This is our secret sauce. This is literally our whole process that we use for our clients to boost their conversion and average order value. I'm going to break down the complete process, show all of the tools that we use so that you guys can use it for your own brands. First of all, the bird's eye view on the process, right? So you understand it, because before I dive deep into all of the different sections. First of all, everything starts with data, right? We don't want to rely on our gut, on our intuition, or something else. We want to be relying on the data. Then based on the data, we want to come up with different ideas on how we can optimize now, right? Next step is take those ideas, and do the design work and the copy work for those. Next step, set up an A/B test, let the A/B test run, evaluate the results, and then afterwards implement and iterate based on that, right? Because this is a really consistent process. We're testing all the time. We're doing improvements all the time. So let's dive into this. How to get the interesting data to understand your target audience, their psychology, and how they're interacting with the store. Tools that you want to be using are Google Analytics and Hotjar. Google Analytics gives you a great overview of the KPIs for the different pages and the customer flow. And obviously you need it for all of the data tracking and to analyze it, right? Then Hotjar. And Hotjar is really fucking interesting. Everybody knows what Hotjar is? Sweet, perfect. Is everybody utilizing Hotjar? Okay, sweet. I will show you how to. So, 2 different functionalities from Hotjar that are really, really important and interesting. First of all, and everybody has probably seen this, right? The click maps, the heat maps, where people click, scroll, and everything. This is really really important to understand where they're spending the time on the page, where they're trying to click, how far are they scrolling on the page, where do you need to put all of the important information about your product, right? Because if you can see the people drop off after like half of the page, then they are not going to see all the information above that. And then, really interesting too, the Hotjar surveys. Are you guys using this right now? Quick hand. Who is using Hotjar surveys? Damn, okay. Really, really underused, really underestimated tool. These are called survey pop-ups, and you can be asking your audience different questions. Let's say your traffic is on the product page, they've been scrolling, they've been reading, but they didn't take any action for 2 minutes. Then you can have a pop-up coming up on the product page asking them, hey.
So this one is like behavior-based?
Yeah, you can make this behavior-based. So with the example, they didn't do anything for like 2 minutes. You can ask them, hey, is there any information missing for you on this page to make a decision, right? And then what's happening is you're going to get highly qualitative feedback from your prospects on like the information they need to buy from you. Then, lastly, what you want to be doing, and you can do this with Hotjar surveys, or you can do this with Google Forms, push out surveys to your customer audience. These surveys should be based around the pain points, beliefs, motives, and desires. So you should be asking questions like, why did you buy from us? What problem did you want to solve with the product? How are you utilizing this product in your day-to-day? What is the greatest thing about the product? Why did you choose us and not a competitor, right? You need to design certain questions based around understanding their pain points, beliefs, motives, and desires. Because then you can just go through the answers and really easily understand like what makes them buy, what's important for them. Maybe for you as the brand owner, you're thinking, okay, maybe my skincare, yeah, looks good, smells good. They should just buy it, right? Looks good, it's good. But for them, it's more important about how they feel. They want to feel confident in their skin again, right? So it's really important that you do these surveys and understand what they want and what they need, and then afterwards you can optimize your messaging and resonate more with them. At the end of the day, it's quite easy to collect all of this data, right? All of you guys are using Hotjar, but then it's really difficult to understand what to do with the data, right? We've all been there. We've looked at these Hotjar heat maps, click maps, and we were like, yeah, okay, this looks nice, but like, what am I doing with this information right now, right? So I want to show you guys what you can do with the data and how you can derive ideas from the data. And for this, I brought an example case study of one of our fashion clients from Germany. And they've been pushing all of the traffic to their homepage, because on the homepage, they have all of the products lined up, right? The t-shirts, the sweatshirts, the hoodies, and everything. And they were thinking, yeah, if you push the traffic to the homepage, then they are just going to scroll down and find products that they like and then buy those products. Makes sense, right? But when we had a look at the Hotjar recordings, we could see that they weren't really scrolling down. Instead, they were instantly clicking on the menu, opening the menu, and then clicking on the collections where they wanted to go to. T-shirts, sweatshirts, or the newest drop. That's what we've seen from the Hotjar data. Then we went into the Google Analytics report on the traffic report and seen that these 3 collections are getting all of the traffic. You can do the maths yourself on the right-hand side. You're seeing that the other collections are not getting any of the traffic. So based on this data, we came up with the idea, if we now take these 3 most clicked collections that everybody's clicking on and put them directly in the above the fold as like a quick and easy navigation, we can then increase the conversion rate, because essentially we make it so much easier for users to find and buy the product that they need, right? And now, after collecting the data, after looking at the data, understanding the data, and coming up with the idea, you know, you don't want to just implement this idea, right? You want to A/B test the idea to understand how the market responds to it. Because at the end of the day, like, we could still be wrong. I mean, how many times did you have it that you wrote like a great advertorial or did a really great creative and you were like, this is going to bomb, right? I'm going to put this live, I'm going to get a great ROAS. And then like the market didn't like it, right? So that's why we want to A/B test everything before pushing it live. So, quick overview, this is how A/B tests work on the store. You have a certain amount of traffic that you're pushing to the page every single month. Let's say, for example, 500,000 users. What happens before they hit the page, the A/B testing software is going to split the traffic and send half of the traffic to the old page and half of the traffic to the new page. And then basically, you can collect all of the KPIs that you need to understand whether this is working or not. So for example, have a look at the conversion rate, have a look at the average order value and the revenue. And then this makes it really easy to understand whether you should implement the change on the page or not. Did it increase sales? Did it increase average order value? Did it boost your revenue at the end of the day, right? So, how can you set up an A/B test? How does that work? Yeah? Usually between 2 to 4 weeks. Yeah, I will talk about like how to run it in a second. So, tools that you can be utilizing to set up an A/B test like that. Google Optimize. And this is a really great tool because it's free. It's in the ecosystem of Google. So it plays really well with Google Analytics, right? Oh, not going to talk about how to set up the A/B test and all the technical because there are a lot of YouTube videos, but you should be using Google Optimize, set up the A/B test, let it run, right? Last and really, really, really important step, evaluating the results. And I see a lot of people like fucking this up. I don't want to call anybody out. Luca? No kidding. But it's really important that you don't let your A/B test run for a day or 2 days and then implement it because you see like a little bit more conversions. It's the same with having 2 ad sets and A/B testing creatives. And they both have 100 clicks and one has 5 transactions and the other one has 7. And you're like, oh yeah, great, I should just scale the second ad set. No, that's not how it's working, right? And that's the same with the store. You cannot implement shit based on like a fucking 100 people looking at it, right? So, where do I find the reporting? Where do I find all the data after running the A/B test? Go into Google Analytics, go on the behavior reports and click on experiments. And then you have something like this, right? You have an overview. Here, for example, we let a test run for a little over a month. And you can see, think of this as like 2 ad sets. You can see the original one, and then you can see the variant where you make the changes. And then you have all of the really, really interesting KPIs. So the amount of traffic that you have been pushing to the page, the revenue that it did, the transactions, the average order value, the conversion rate, and the revenue per user. And then based on this, you can take all of this data, go in Google, type in A/B testing calculator, and just take the data and put it in there. And that goes back to your question, how long should I run an A/B test? The calculator will tell you. And I don't want to bore you guys with all of the statistics, but that's what makes all of this really scientific. Because there are a lot of fucking long-ass statistical calculations happening in the back end. Like how significant is it? What is the power behind it? And the calculator will do all of this work for you. So you literally just have to take the data from the Google Analytics backend and put it into a calculator to see the increase in conversion rate, the increase in revenue and everything. And then you can analyze the results really easily. For here, for example, it will tell you the statistical significance, right? In this case, 100%. And then it will also tell you how long to run the test until you have a significant result. Rule of thumb for data, if you run an A/B test, this is what you should be going for in the Google Analytics backend and also in the calculator. So you should be having around 1,000 orders per variant. You should have around 20 to 50,000 users per variant. You should go for a statistical significance of 90 to 95% at least to minimize risk, and statistical power of 80% to minimize risk. Really quickly, I don't want to dive into this because it's really complex. But what you're doing with this is that you're minimizing your risk. Because if you go for 95% significance, you only have a 5% potential error of running into a false positive or false negative, right? So basically, when you have a 95% significance, it tells you if I'm going to implement this change now, with a 95% possibility, it's going to increase the conversion rate, and we only have this small 5% where it may not work. So once you have a winner, you want to implement the winner, and then you want to iterate on it. Because it's not only important to increase the conversion rate and average order value, but we also want to derive learnings from it, right? We test something on the copywriting, for example, to resonate more with our target audience, and then we also want to understand why it worked. So let's break this down together. Anybody has an idea why this worked? Second, Jenny? Idea why it worked? Yeah, why we made this change with the navigation. Perfect. A+ student right here, guys. So we basically made the navigation quicker, we made it visual, and we reduced friction. We gave them cognitive ease. They don't have to think too much about where am I going to find the product. They don't need to open the menu and then go through these collections, right? We made it fucking easy for them to just go here. And we know that everybody's going there, so it's really highly likely that everybody's going to want to go there, right? That's why it worked. So now we understood why it worked. And now we want to iterate more ideas off of it. Because we've had this, it increased conversion rate, and now we want to come up with another idea. Here, for example, why don't we make the mobile menu a lot more visual and drive attention here, right? Again, to reduce friction. So this could be another idea to iterate off of it. So every time you have a winner, try to understand why it worked so that you can create more winners afterwards. So, covered a lot of the basics, the psychology, how to run the A/B test, what makes people convert. And now what I want to do in this last section is I want to give you the case studies. Because it may be a bit difficult to understand, okay, what are the changes that I can make on the page now to increase the motivation? What can I make? How can I craft a high converting value proposition? But don't worry, I'm going to show you now. So, really quickly, just so you have it top of mind, these 4 factors are playing into making people convert. We have the motivation, value proposition, incentive and friction, and the customer's anxiety. And I'm now going to break down certain changes that you can apply to your pages to improve these factors. So, tests that you can run to increase motivation. And this is always going to be the same. I'm going to show you guys the before version on the left-hand side. I'm going to show you the after version on the right-hand side. I'm going to have a big, bold, red block around the change that we make, so you know where we change. And then I'm going to show you the results, how impacted conversion rate and the revenue per user. So here, for example, on this store, we added an announcement bar with the store benefits, right? We told them, hey, when you're going to buy from us, we're going to give you free shipping, easy returns, and also you're going to be in good hands because we are trusted by thousands and thousands of happy customers. Improved conversion rate by over 3% here, for example. Sure.
promoting the easy returns, don't you actually, like, how do you measure if you don't create the return problem?
What do you mean exactly?
I mean that users are buying and returning the product, and you're paying for the return.
Oh yeah, great question. So you can be tracking this data at the end of the day, right? You can track like how you increase conversion rate. You can track how you increase the average order value, revenue per user.
You can just change your return policy so they cannot return it.
How you can do stuff like that. Yeah.
in a small, you know, like small like text on the bottom of the screen is like just unreadable.
So that's it. That's what you can be doing to increasing the motivation, right? What else can you do? Motivation is also a lot around the offer. And this is a really, really small change that we did for this brand. Who of you guys is selling bundles or has different variations for different price points for the product? Give me a quick hand. Okay, you guys, then it applies to you. If you have different bundles, what we did here, beforehand, the lowest priced bundle was pre-selected, right? What we changed was the order of the bundles, and we pre-selected the highest average order one, right? So we basically pre-did the decision for the customer to go for the bigger bundle with the higher average order value. We tested it. It increased conversion rate really slightly, but it significantly increased the average order value by over 20%. So you're making a little bit less orders, but then on every order you have a higher average order value and a higher margin, right? Another test that we ran in the cart drawer. And I also want to talk about the psychological effect behind this. What we see a lot of times happening in stores, they have a great add to cart rate, let's say like 10%, then they have initiate checkout rate of 7%, and then they have a conversion, right? So we see a lot of drop-offs. So same we saw with this store, a lot of drop-offs happening. So what we wanted to do is, as soon as they did the decision to put the product in the cart, we wanted to reaffirm the decision that they're doing a good job, right? So we kind of want to give them like a small pat on the back, like, hey, Alex, you did a good job choosing this product, now go buy it, please. So that's what we did here. We just had this information at top, excellent choice, here are your products. And this increased the conversion rate by over 18%, so it worked really, really well. So, how to test the value proposition. And bonus, how to craft the value proposition in the first place. Give me 1 second. So, are you guys ready for the source for the value proposition? Sweet. This is the before version, what you can see here from Pillow Slides. They didn't really have a value proposition. They've just been saying, Pillow Slides, new colors, now available. So now I'm going to show you guys how you can craft a value proposition based on what your target audience. So, what I want you to do, export all of your customer reviews. Not if you've stolen them from AliExpress or some shit, but if it's actually from your customer base and your target audience. Export all of the reviews and put it into a spreadsheet. Here, for example, we nearly had 30,000 reviews. And then what you want to do is you want to start reading through them and watch out for keywords. Something like, oh, these slides made me feel like walking on a cloud, right? You want to watch out for those kind of keywords. And what you do next is you see how many people out of the 30,000 are utilizing this word to describe why they bought the product. Here, for example, over 1,000 said, oh, yeah, these feel like walking on a cloud. These are so fucking comfortable. And then you do this with all of the other words that you found. Here, for example, happy. I was so happy with the purchase. Over 2,000 people used the word happy to describe why they made the purchase. And then, for example, we also found pain relieved. A lot of people had pain from like walking like uncomfortable shoes, right? So they feel pain relieved now walking in the Pillow Slides. And then you have the main words, and then it's no Albert Einstein move to put these words together in a value proposition. Like everybody can do that. So we just took these words, walking on clouds, happy, pain relieved, and said, feel relieved and happy every step you take. This is like walking on the clouds and edit a customer review, right? It's no rocket science. It's really fucking easy. And then you test it. For example, it worked over 2.8% better. And we do this process every single time we want to craft a value proposition that resonates with the target audience. Because at the end of the day, and you know this, like when you're buying something, when they're using the words that you would be using to describe the product and the feeling and your pain points, like it resonates so much more because you're thinking like, oh, they really do understand me, right? They know exactly how I feel. They know the pain that I'm going to, and they know exactly what I want. And then you're so much more likely to buy the product. So, same stuff we did, for example, with solace bands, exactly same procedure, going through the reviews, analyzing the words, putting them there, increase conversion rate by about 7%. Same stuff with Maya, what I showed you earlier. Here, we just added 2 benefits to the value proposition. So we already had a value proposition, instantly relieve period cramps. And what we found out in the answers, that a lot of people care about that the product is healthy for them, right? I don't want to burn my stomach or whatever. It's drug-free. So we just added these 2 to the value proposition, and now it resonated more with the target audience, and again, increased the conversion rate. And then lastly, for example, a fashion brand, right? And maybe you're thinking like, why the fuck would a fashion brand need a value proposition? It's fashion, it's like cotton and shit. But at the end of the day, it applies to like all of the products. You're always buying a product and you're always making an emotionally driven decision of buying something, right? And if you can resonate more with you and touch you emotionally, you're more likely to buy something. So here, for example, same stuff, didn't have a value proposition at all. We crafted a value proposition, gave them the product benefits, and now more people are buying. So we went through the motivation, we went through the value proposition. Now I'm going to show you tests to give more incentive or to reduce friction in the customer journey. So here, for example, added store benefits and added the payment providers in the mobile menu to, again, increase the trust for them. Here, for example, really, really great example of friction that you cannot eliminate, right? We cannot eliminate these steps in the checkout process because we need their data, we need their name and their email address. So what you can do is give them the incentive to follow through and put in all of the data, right? Because it needs a lot of energy for them to put in all of the data. So what we did here, instead of them just having to fill out the data, we gave them small dopamine hits every single time they filled in like one of those fields. So once they put in the email address, we give them a green check mark and we light the box green. And then they're like, oh, nice, this is like a game. And then we did this all the time and again, increased conversion rate. So this is really great what you can be utilizing in the checkout to give them more incentives to like follow through with it. What you can also be doing in the checkout is adding a progress bar, right? Just to show them the progress and again, kind of like gamify it a little bit. You're in the first step now. These are going to be the next steps. We're telling them exactly kind of like how long it takes and we're reasoning them, right? Lastly, tests to reduce anxiety, give certainty, and also bonus stuff that you can be doing, yeah?
Many years ago at a previous business, I made one change and I made a 20% difference in conversions. All I did was take the expiration date of the credit card and instead of showing the month, I put the name of the month with the number of the month right next to it. So people didn't have to figure out what the spend was. It's a 2-month. Increase conversion by 20% just by telling you the number of the month is.
Yeah, it's really the small stuff like that, right? It's literally the fucking easy shit. Like you're like, why the fuck would I put the month next to it? Because you have people like, a lot of people are dumb. Like they need to figure out that shit. It's not even that they are dumb. Even if you have intelligent people that are buying from you, like they don't like putting too much energy into it. You need to make it as frictionless as possible, even with like small stuff like that. It's really great. So, how to reduce anxiety, or more interesting, how to use your customers' anxiety to make more money. First, I will show you how to reduce anxiety. Then I will show you how to use anxiety to make money. So, Again, card draw, a lot of people are bumping out of the card draw. So we wanted to reduce the anxiety and give them like a better feeling. Give them more certainty that what they're doing is the right decision. So what we did here, just simply adding these review stars and said, hey, listen, we have over 11,735 happy customers that are already shaving with our razors. We're utilizing social proof here. We reduce the anxiety, we will give them certainty that they're doing the right decision, and then also we are future pacing them again, right? Another thing that we did, and this is also really, really small changes, but just to give them more certainty, we changed the word from the call to action from checkout to safe checkout, gave them different guarantees, right, like trust badges, and then added the payment providers. Really small, but the effective conversion rate increased by over 11%. Now I want to show 3 changes that you can do in your store to use your customers' anxiety to make more money. First of all, FOMO, fear of missing out. We all know this, like we stay at home, we work, we want to make money, we go on IG in the break and we see all of our friends having fun at a nice party. Like, fuck, why am I staying home and not enjoying myself, right? And this is the same effect that we're using here, FOMO. So what we did here is add a timer at the top of the product page saying, hey, we have a huge sale, and if you want to take advantage of that sale, you need to be buying in the next couple of hours. So you need to make the decision today. Not tomorrow, not in 2 days. You either buy now for 50% off or not. And this drove up conversion rate by over 7%. Another stuff that we did for this fashion brand that I showed earlier, we took data from the Google Analytics backend to show how many people are on the product page right now. And then we also took data from the Shopify backend to show how much stock is left. So now we are using 2 different psychological triggers. We're using scarcity, right? They're looking at the scarce product that's nearly sold out. And then using social proof. We're telling them, hey, you're not only looking at the scarce product, but you're looking at the scarce product and others want it too, right? And we all know that, like, we are more likely, well, like, we want the shit that's scarce, and we want it even more if others around us want it, right? So that's what we're using here. Drove up conversion rate by over 12%, and we were like, oh, damn, this seems to be working for this brand, right? So iterated another test off of it, did the same shit, put it in the cart drawer, boom, conversion rate again increased over 16%. Same triggers, same stuff, had a winner, understood why it worked, implemented it, and iterated another version of it that also worked really great. You had a great question earlier about what about tests that have a negative impact, right? What about tests that decrease the conversion rate and didn't perform better than your current page? Great. And you're like, Carl, what the fuck, why great? Because imagine implementing something does not work. What are the consequences of implementing a change to your page that's going to decrease your conversion rate and decrease your average order value? You're lucky that you A/B tested it and didn't implement it, right? So at the end of the day, with A/B testing, winning tests will make you more money. Losing tests will prevent you from losing money. So it's a win-win situation at the end of the day. Conclusion from all of this, before we go into the Q&A, the power of conversion rate optimization and A/B testing is that you can increase your ROAS, you can increase your EPCs, and you can lower your CPAs. You can get more revenue with more profit from the same amount of traffic. You can get a better understanding of the psychology of your target audience. You can test a bunch of shit. You can see what works and what doesn't, and see like where your market responds to it. You can iterate your positioning and product market fit based off of it, right? We show a product, we show a value proposition. Does it work? Yes, great. No, okay. We're going to iterate another stuff that's working better with the market and gets better resonating. And lastly, you have more room for errors in your ad performance. Because if you have a better website performance, it's going to make up for a bunch of shit that's happening in your ad performance, right? So you can test more out of creatives, you can test more out of the copywriting and the media buying because you have a higher performing website. So at the end of the day, what happens if you apply CRO and A/B testing, you're going to get an unfair competitive advantage, the competitive edge that Alex has been talking about earlier. And to put all of this like 50-minute presentation into one sentence, your key takeaway from this should be conversion rate optimization is understanding what your customers want and then giving it to them. And that's what we're doing with. We just want to understand what your customers want so that then we can give it to them.
In this video, I'm going to share 10 A/B tests that we did for our clients that made them millions of dollars in revenue, so you can use them for your brand or your online store and make these millions of dollars yourself. So before I show you all of the before and afters and break down the A/B test, I just want to give you a high-level overview of how we typically work and do the whole conversion rate optimization process. Again, I've recorded 1.5 hour long video that I'm going to link in the description. This is just going to be a 3-4 minute overview of how we typically do this. And then I'm going to jump right into the A/B test to give them to you and hand them to you on a silver platter for you to make millions of dollars. So the conversion rate optimization process. Everything starts with research. Research and data is so important. You want to get a really great understanding of what it is that's so important for your customers, right? What does the customer journey look like? Where do they click? Where do they scroll? Where do they abandon the customer journey? And what leads to them buying or not buying, right? So you need to look at a lot of quantitative data points like Google Analytics, Google Tag Manager, Hotjar, right? Everything you can get your hands on, and all of the qualitative data points also, right? Like customer testimonials, session recordings, market research in Reddit forums, and all of this good stuff. So the point I'm making is research is number one. Get a really good understanding of your customer and your target audience and the consumer psychology behind that, because with all of the data, you will just throw shit at the wall and try to see what sticks. Then, based on the data, what you then want to do in the second step is you want to come up with ideas on how to iterate the customer journey, right? So what we typically do is we just create a big spreadsheet where we write down all of the ideas that we have for each of the pages in the customer journey and how we're going to iterate those pages, right? Then what we do is we have a bunch of ideas collected in terms of the split test that we want to run. And then we do the so-called impact grading. Impact grading is super important because we want to make sure that all of the ideas that we have, we grade them and we rank them from the ideas that have the highest probability of success and the ideas that have the lowest probability of success. So we know what to focus on first and what to do first, right? So what we have is basically different KPIs that we measure these CRO ideas against to know before we push them live what has the highest probability of success. And again, don't worry, if you want to dive deeper into the process, understand exactly how all of this works, I have all of the resources linked in the video in the description and in the pinned comment down below, where you're going to get access to all of these spreadsheets, all of the SOPs that we use ourselves. Then basically, for the A/B test that we want to use, we do the design and copy work. So we take a screenshot of what the website looks like right now, and then we basically do all of the design and copy work. So we exactly know like what's the current state and what's the state of what we're going to switch to, right, with the iteration. And that's basically the process. And then we run the test, right? Here I just made a screenshot of one of the tests that we ran. Where you can see that we basically compare the data of the control with the data of the variation. So basically the way an A/B test works is that you split all of the traffic that goes to your website in half. So 50% of the users that are on the website see the old version and 50% of the users see the new version. And then you compare the KPIs like conversion rate, average order value, revenue, and revenue per user. So you can make really good data-driven decisions in terms of what A/B test to use and what not to do. Really important, last thing, compound effect. You want to run a lot of A/B tests. You don't just want to run one A/B test per quarter, right? Typically, we run between 4 to 5 A/B tests for all of our clients every single month, and obviously the results stack. Secondly, you want to make sure that you get significant results, right? So you want to get a minimum of 20,000 users within those A/B tests. So a lot of data and also a minimum of 1,000 conversions. So let me just give you this one example so you can kind of see also how this whole process works. And then I'm going to show you all of the crazy good A/B tests that we did. For this fashion brand that we've been working with,
they basically pushed a bunch of their traffic to the homepage. And what the owners thought is, okay, well, we're pushing the traffic to the homepage. They're just going to scroll down and then find a product that they like and buy the product. But when we looked at the data and especially the user recordings, we saw that most of the users wouldn't scroll down, but they would rather click on the menu and then directly click on the collection that they wanted to go to and then bought the product. And we validated this finding from the user recordings from Hotjar with the data from Google Analytics, where we saw that the 3 categories, t-shirts, new releases, and hoodies, had the most traffic. What you can see on the right-hand side, these come together to almost 100% of the traffic. So the idea that we had is, why don't we just take those 3 categories, the new releases, the t-shirts, and the hoodies, and put them right at the top of the homepage? And that's what we did, right? And this is what it looks like now. So the idea behind that was, if we show the most click collections directly in the above the fold, then the conversion rate is going to increase because the user is going to find the product that they want more easily and more quickly. Basically, they now don't have to open the menu, then click on the collection, but rather they instantly have it on the homepage. And then we run an A/B test, right? This is what I explained earlier. You push all of those users to the store, and then the A/B testing tool splits the users in half. And then in this case, the store had a 3% conversion rate, $65 AOV, and then the variation had a conversion rate increase of almost 16%, which is a lot and made them a lot of more money. So this is basically how the whole process works of looking at data, coming up with ideas, testing those ideas, and validating those ideas. So let's talk about case studies and tests that I would really suggest you run on your store because they made us and our clients millions of dollars. Number 1 is a price test. Here, just to give you an example of one of the brands that we've worked with, they ran a pricing test where the control price was $34.99. And then they had a price that went up for $5 and was reduced by $5. So they compared the $34.99 with a price point higher, the $39.99, and then a price point lower, the $29.99. And what you see is that the revenue, right, from the control was almost exactly the same to the revenue with the lower price, right? So the overall revenue was almost exactly the same. And the overall revenue for the group with the higher price was almost $10,000 more in comparison, right? So more than 10% increase. If we compare conversion rates, this is super interesting because the higher price had a higher conversion rate than the control, and then the lowest price had the highest conversion rate. But if we look at the overall revenue per visitor and the overall profit per visitor, the highest price was the best performer. So in this case, what this means is that we were able to increase the price point by $5 and it was still outperforming all of the other price points, right? So please test your pricing. Just to give you another test that we ran for pCloud, which is also around the above the fold in terms of the value proposition and also a bit in terms of the design and UX, where we basically did the same thing, right? We improved the above the fold, the value proposition and the design, and this increased the conversion rate by 6.9%. For Cocunat, big beauty brand, what we did is we added a second top bar, right? Where we had multiple best-selling points that just went through it. For example, on time and fast delivery, hundreds of thousands of happy customers, free returns, free shipping, all of this stuff, right? So we basically just had a carousel of USPs that ran through it as a second top bar above the top bar that they had. And this also worked really well. This increased the conversion rate by 4.86%. Another great test that we ran is in the menu, right? When you open the menu drawer, we basically removed the social media icons because we want to keep the traffic on the page. And instead, we added a trust pilot so we can give the user social proof and increase their trust. And this also worked really well. So we kept more of the traffic on the store and we also increased their trust. Another test that we ran in the menu, this goes into the direction of making it easier for the user to find what they want, right? Here in this case, they were selling these slides and the accessories. And basically what we did is we did the differentiation between women and men so that they can more easily kind of divide between that. So this also had a really great impact, made it a lot easier for customers to buy and increase the conversion rate by 5.82%. Another example here from Kinobody, where we also redesigned the product section in the menu. And this is one of the A/B tests that I personally love. We do it on almost all of the brands that we work with, is we work a lot more with images and with pictures, and also sometimes a bit of description or product benefit, right? You can see it's a crazy before and after. This is the menu before, and then this is the menu where we changed everything. And you can see yourself the menu on the right side worked way, way better. It just looks better. The user experience is better. You have images, you have product benefits, and this had a crazy impact. This increased the conversion rate by 8.8%. Another test that I also like to test is on the collection page, have quick call to action buttons to put the product in the cart, because this makes it easier, especially for lower ticket items or brands where you buy multiple products like supplements or beauty or skincare, that they don't have to go on every single product page, but just from the collection page, they can click on the call to action and add all of the products into the cart. This here had a increase of 5.43% of conversion rate. Another one for the collection page is to, after, for example, every 6th product, show a testimonial or show a store benefit, right? We tested this across multiple stores. Here, for example, with a supplement brand, where we showed customer testimonials, and this increased the conversion rate by 2.72%. Another one is to add frequently asked questions link or slider above the fold, right? Because typically on the product page, when they go through the variations or select the color or something, they still have some like objections or questions in their mind. So this can help, especially if your product is a bit more complex, right? So in this case, for example, it increased the conversion rate by 4%. Another great test that I always like to do is around the pricing. So, for example, to put a badge underneath the price where you calculate the saved amount for them. So here, for example, you saved 21.87 euros to just make it easier for them, right? Because they will have a hard time calculating the saved amount. So if you just hand it to them on a silver platter, this will make it way easier for them, and they're going to think, oh, I'm saving so much money. So this had an impact of 2.98% in conversion rate. Another one in the cart drawer is we like to have an announcement bar within the cart drawer to increase the trust or to give them a small pat on the back. So here, for example, congratulations, your products are waiting for you, just to give them a bit more motivation to follow through with the process. So this, for example, had a 3.6% impact on the conversion rate. Another test that's also interesting to run if you have a cart page right now is to switch between cart page and cart drawer. For example, we tested this with Nomisk, and this had a over 10% increase on the conversion rate, just because it also is making the customer journey and user experience a bit more frictionless, because they just have the cart drawer that they can open and close, and it doesn't have to load the new page every single time they add a product or remove a product. So this also has a positive impact on the customer journey. Another great one within the checkout is to have trust elements, testimonials, or social proof. Here, for example, we also shows 3 different reasons of why you should go with this brand. And you can also, for example, show customer testimonials or other reasons. They always have a really, really great impact if you choose different trust elements in the checkout. For example, in this case, 4.15% higher conversion rate. Just a quick round-up thoughts. Again, if you want the whole process, just click on the video in the description. It has a Google document with all of the SOPs linked. And with all of these numbers, right, we had conversion rate impacts from 2% to the highest was 10 or 11%. This may not sound much, but with 8 and 9-figure brands, all of those increases are hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars in additional revenue for them. So if your brand is at a high enough level, conversion optimization, especially these A/B tests, make a lot of sense, because every single percentage point that you can add to your conversion rate or average order value is going to have a significant impact on the revenue and on the bottom line. So hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below, and also what kind of content you want to see in the future or what you want me to do a video about.
So in this video, I'll walk you through 6 changes that we implemented on the websites of our clients that made them millions of dollars in additional revenue. You will learn how to analyze your customer data. You will learn how to identify big leverage activities yourself. And then You will also get a great understanding of what you can change on your website that will make you more money. So really quickly before we get started, my name is Weische. I'm the CEO of Accelerated, and 8-figure direct consumer brands come to us to help them scale faster and more profitable with conversion optimization. So you can see on this page, there will be a lot of brands that you're going to be familiar with, like Alex Hormozy, VOD, AG1, Huel, Cocunat Beauty, and a bunch of others. The point is that we have all of these with conversion optimization and testing. And today I want to show you a couple of case studies. So let's get into the first case study. These are the results of a single conversion optimization test that we've implemented for one of our clients. You can see the power of changing one thing of your website. With this one that we're going to dive into in just a moment, we had an increase in conversion rate of over 10%. We had an increase of monthly revenue of over $28,000, which is an additional revenue per year of over $346,000 just by doing one change. So this is the power of conversion optimization. This is why I'm so excited about this and why I want to break this down for you in great detail so you can get a good understanding of this and how to do it yourself. Really quickly, the hypotheses. So the idea behind of what we changed is we had a look at the customer data and we had a look at the user recordings and the heat maps, and basically the product that they were selling is a mattress cover that I'm going to show you in just a second. And we found that users always had friction, so they didn't really know what size to choose, which threw some of them off from buying. So basically what we did is we added a size guide on the product page near to the variant selector. So this is the product, right? This mattress cover, and this is what the page looked like before. So you can see basically that you have all of these different variants above here, and then also the different sizes. But there wasn't any size guide or anything that would help a user identify which variant they would need. So basically what we did is we just implemented this small button, the size guide, which I made a bit bigger here, above the sizes. So this is designed to help them understand what size they need to choose. So if you open it up, right, if you click on this small button, then this pop-up is going to open, and this is going to give you a good understanding of the size that you need to choose, right? So it's explaining that we have different sizes, and this is like the way that you can measure, and based on this, you can then decide on what size you need. So the idea behind this and the way that we came up with this concept of adding the size guide to the page is basically the Alex Hormozy inversion thinking framework. A good example that Alex always likes to say is you don't always have to ask yourself, how do I get rich? What do I have to do to make money? But you should also always ask yourself, how do I stay poor, right? How can I keep myself from making money? Right. So this is a really interesting mental framework, which is basically not always just focused on the goal, but always on the complete different thing. So what you can see here, basically, how do you stay poor? By not selling anything, right? So how we applied this to this business case is not just focus on how can I get people to buy or how can I get more people to buy, but also on the other hand side, what keeps people from buying, right? This is also super important. What keeps people from making a purchase? And if you can answer that, then you can also work with that. So here, for example, what keeps people from buying? Well, people don't buy your product if they are uncertain. People don't buy your product if they don't know what is the best option for them or the best variant. And another great example from Russell Brunson is a confused mind always says no. So you always have to think about, okay, not only how can I make more money, how can I sell to more people, but also what keeps my prospects currently from buying? What confuses them or what leaves them in uncertainty? So you can also change that, solve that, and give your prospects more certainty. The learning. Basically, what you see is, okay, yeah, they added some design elements and buttons. Basically, we added this size guide, and what you don't see behind that is basically the applied consumer psychology, right? And also the data analysis of more than 5,000 A/B tests that we ran. So that's always super, super important with these and what you're also going to see in this whole video. These, again, the results that I showed earlier are of basically just one change. And for all of the brands that we work with, we do multiple of those every single month to compound the learnings and compound the wins, right? So another test that we ran for this brand is, for example, on the collection page, we basically showed how many people bought this product in the past month to give the prospect social proof. And what happens with that, for example, with this change that you just saw of showcasing on the collection page of the products, how many people bought this in the past month, this was the result, right? So we were able to increase the conversion rate by over 20% and again, increase the monthly revenue by $30,000. And this is what starts to make fun, right? We had the change on the product page that increased conversion rate by over 10%. We had this change on the collection page that increased the conversion rate by over 20%. And then you can compound results like these. And yeah, just to give you an overview, it's basically just from the traffic that you already have on the page, you can make more money. And that's the interesting thing and the fun with doing conversion optimization. If you just spend more time on the pages and doing changes like these, you can see from all of these tests how much they increased the conversion rate and how much additional revenue these made with the traffic that was already on the page. So you have all of this ad spend, you push all of the people to the page, right? So then you can just do some changes on it, increase the conversion rate and make more money as a return. So that's why I'm trying to get this point across why it's so important to do conversion rate optimization. So basically, quick overview of what we've covered so far. You can get more out of the traffic you already have. This is going to increase your return on ad spend and your revenue because you increase your conversion rate and average order value. And you do this with consumer psychology and data. And that's what we're going to spend more time on now. Super important before we do that. And this is also what I want to cover in this presentation. A lot of people think conversion optimization is changing the button from the color of the button from red to blue or some bullshit like that, right? But that's exactly what it's not, right? It's not just doing small stuff like that. So I now want to give you an overview of the process that we use to analyze consumer psychology and data because this is really the foundation that you need. So basically to start with these, there's a real direct factor between analyzing data and then testing. And then from the test, you get certain data points again, then you have to analyze it again, right? So these two work really, really closely together. So what should you analyze? Well, you should first look at your target audience and your customers of why do they buy? What are their demographics, right? And then secondly, you also should look at your data points, right? How do they interact with the page? Where do they click? How do they scroll? And what do they do? So these are the two basically areas that you should really focus on. The strategies that you can do is, for example, analyze the awareness of your target audience. What awareness stage are they in? The second thing is, what is the current market sophistication level, right? With your product and your offer that you have, how many competitors have sold this product to this market? And then thirdly, also the motivation. The strategy goals should be that you can scale your ads better, right? What we are going to achieve with a code-friendly offer. I just released a video about this last week. So if you don't know what this is, go check it out. Niche dominance. So you want to have a unique value proposition. You don't want to be comparable to any other competitor that you have. And you obviously want to have a huge profitability. So you want to charge based on the value that you deliver to the customer. These strategic goals shouldn't be optional. They should be mandatory. The typical mistake that I see brands doing is they get complacent, right? They think, hey, I'm making good money. I'm making 200K a month. I'm making 500K a month. I'm doing $1 million a month. They get complacent. This leads to them not innovating that much anymore. They don't test it much anymore. They don't launch new products. They don't launch new creatives. They don't change the website. Nothing, because they are complacent. Then they get copied because there are other people that are hungry. They see their ads. They see the products. They see that it's going well for them. So they copy it. This then leads to your target audience not being able to distinguish that well anymore from you to your competition. So there's a certain aspect of comparability. If that happens, then you go into a price war, right? Because then it's going away from what brand should I buy to what brand can offer me the best prices. And this then leads to profitability issues, right? If your competition undercuts you with the prices, then you have to go down with the price to stay competitive, and this is going to reduce your profitability. The better way is to not become complacent in the first place, but rather stay innovative, stay thinking about what can you do, what can you change, because this leads to you staying unique. This leads to you dominating the niche that you're in, and this also leads to you making more money and more profit on the long run. So the different tactics that you can utilize for these are customer surveys, forum activities, and review mining, what I'm going to cover now. So first of all, what we always like to do is extract all of the customer testimonials and customer reviews that you have. So just export all of the reviews that you have and, for example, put them into a spreadsheet, right? So I'm also going to share the SOP, by the way, so you can just click on this document. It's going to give you the whole SOP, right? So I'm just going to explain this high level, but you can also follow this SOP. Basically, what I like to do is extract all of the customer testimonials that you have, put them in a spreadsheet, right? And then start reading through it and start analyzing what keywords, what stories, and what analogies they are doing the most. So here, for example, they were selling shoes and slides. So basically, I analyzed the testimonials, the reviews, and found out that from 20,000 reviews, almost 7,000 said that they bought the product because it's super comfortable, right? And then, for example, I would do another search and I would look for quality, or I would look for, soft, comfy, right? Like certain words that your customers are using talking about the product. So this is the research that I would do to get a first good understanding of how does my customer think about the product that I sell to him. Then based on that, you want to go into ideation. You want to think about, okay, based on what my customer tells me, based on what's important for them, based on the pain that they want to solve, based on the desired situation they want to be in, what can I do on the page, right? This is the next step. Based on this data that I've just went through, what should I change on my page to give this to them, right? So for example, let's say all of them buy because they want a comfortable shoe, then probably you should start talking more about how comfortable your shoes are. So this is the process, like really high level. Obviously, I have videos going way more in depth about this topic, but just high level, this is the way that you want to do it. So ideation, come up with a bunch of ideas on what to change on the pages. And then you want to do what I like to call impact rating. So typically, if we do this once, we have like 50, 60, 70 ideas, ideation aspects for the website. And then you want to have a good understanding of, well, I can do so much. What should I focus on first? What are my biggest leverage activities? And of course, I've again linked the SOP, linked the spreadsheet for you. So you can also work with this. Just make a copy of this and then you can work with it. So this is basically the process, right? Research, ideation, impact rating. The tactical goal should be that the narrative is more important than the product and the uniqueness is more important than the benefits. So how can you analyze this? Where you always want to follow if-then hypotheses. So if I changed something, then this happens, right? And secondly, you also want to, again, track the data and analyze the data. So quick recap, you want to focus on achieving niche dominance for the offer that you have because you want to avoid the price war with copycats. You want to stay incredibly profitable by innovating the product narrative and also by combining consumer psychology and data. To understand the product narrative, you want to focus on telling a unique story and you want to focus on mental simulation for your prospects. A good way of doing this, a great way of creating mental simulation is with future pacing. So a lot of times prospects will ask themselves, how can I use this in my life? How am I going to use this in my life? So I want to show you another great case study of how we implemented this for a shoe brand. Vessi is a shoe brand from the US. They sell these super comfortable sneakers that you can see here, which are waterproof, right? So you can wear them everywhere and they will not get wet. So what we did in the checkout, here you can see the before, they didn't have anything. And then on the after, you can see that at the top, we implemented these images and made the question, what will you do with dry socks? And then we implemented all of these images. And yeah, basically what we did here is we created the mental simulation. They were in the checkout process, they had the product, and then we gave them this and said, hey, we future paced them basically to imagine themselves having the product, wearing the product in different situations. So a lot of people like to go from feature to benefit, right? So obviously think about product features and think about the benefit that it's going to have for the customer. But one next level is thinking about a narrative that you can create for your customers in their mind. So for example, the feature is where this product has a special fabric. The benefit of the special fabric for the customers that they are going to have dry feet. These are comfortable sneakers, and if it rains, your feet will not get wet. So the narrative that we are starting to tell them in these images is, hey, you can basically wear these super comfortable sneakers in the nature, in all weather situations, and keep your feet dry. Right? So this is even another level than just linking features to benefits, right? You want to create a certain narrative for your customers. And this is the psychological effect behind it. It's basically the vividness effect. People are more responsive to detailed, emotionally engaging information compared to abstract or technical details, right? If we just look at the product, people are not too much worried about, or they will not too much buy just from you saying, hey, we have this super unique fabric and this was developed by this super smart guy, and we basically combine wool with this and that and yada, yada, yada. And this is why it doesn't let water through, right? Like, not too many people are going to care about that. What they care about is that they're going to buy this product. They can buy this comfortable sneaker and they can walk through the rain and nothing's going to happen. They don't really care about the fabric so much. It's more about the this emotional state that they want to be in, of why they buy the product. So the narrative doesn't only have to be about the mental simulation. It's more about finding the leverage for your brand, right? So again, also with the Vessi example now, you don't just want to copy what worked for someone else, but rather find what works for you. Because if you just copy what works for somebody else and you do this all the time, we are going back to the copycat issue of you becoming comparable to others, leading to a price war, leading to profitability issues. So let's have a look at another case study, another narrative case study. You may have heard of Kinobody, huge fitness influencer from Canada. Is this guy right here, Gregor Gallagher. He has a bunch of info products, bunch of fitness products, lifestyle products, and supplements. So one of his supplements that he's selling is testosterone support called the Kinobody Mojo. And basically this helps to increase testosterone. The thing is that he was struggling to scale this on paid ads, right? Because there's a huge problem with market sophistication because everybody and their mother is selling supplements nowadays, especially testosterone supplements. So the market has been penetrated from different offers, different companies selling testosterone boosters. So basically what we did is we completely revamped the offer, right? We didn't sell the Kinobody testosterone support as a standalone product anymore. We basically bundled it up with another supplement that he had, which is the Kinobody Nitro, right? Which is this pre-workout booster. And then we also added a digital product into the whole bundle. So we basically had two physical products and we added a digital product to the bundle, which we called the Mojo Mastery Challenge. And then we positioned it as the unfair advantage that allows some guys to almost magically attract girls and get chased, loved, and adored by 10 out of 10 women. So this takes the same product, right, that we had before, out of the comparability to all of the other products, right? You cannot compare this offer to any of the other testosterone supplements anymore because it's a completely different offer. It's now a challenge. It's a 30-day challenge offer, right? That the customers enroll in. And also we are not just saying anymore, hey, this is going to increase your testosterone. This is great. This is going to help you become leaner and stronger, right? We position this as the unfair advantage to completely change their life. So basically, the whole value proposition of this new offer is it's the unfair advantage to attract women effortlessly and get a lean, strong body. So the huge offer revamp that we did that I just explained is we basically created this 30-day module mastery challenge, which was an online community. We had the 2 supplements, and then we had the digital product, which is basically a diet and training guide. So what you can see here. So they bought this product for $99, and then afterwards they're going into a subscription of $69.95. So what we thought about to keep them in the subscription for long and also have a high customer lifetime value is that we added the community in the backend, right? So we funneled them all into this community where they're going through this module mastery challenge together, right? So that they can form a tribe, form connections to other customers and stay in this community for longer, which is then also going to lead to a higher customer lifetime value. We also had a huge perceived value, right? So we had a completely new narrative. We worked with a mass market desire, right? Which is the reproduction. We all as human beings want to reproduce and give our DNA into the next generation. We had social accountability because we have the community of like-minded people and peers where they're going to be funneled in. We had scarcity and urgency, so they only had a limited access to this product, and it also had a limited time bonus. Again, I'm just showing you all of these different cases, but also you have to be careful to not lose yourself and just focusing on the narrative and forgetting about the bigger picture, because the bigger picture is always profit. You always have to think about what do I have to do to increase my profit. So for example, for Kinobody, we changed the narrative. We built this new bundle offer. We ran ads, and then we basically scaled on a 9.3x ROAS. We increased the monthly profits by 66%, which was multiple 6 figures in additional profits, which was crazy. But you don't always need to completely change your offer, right? It's more about you asking yourself, what do you have to do to increase profitability? And again, the best thing that you can do is work with consumer psychology and data, because this most likely is going to improve the profitability, sometimes even with the change of minor details. So in the next case study, we increased profitability by just doing 2 small changes to the product page. So the first hypothesis was on the product page, we wanted to offer relevant bundles to the user. Because the customer data has shown that the bundle sells way better, right? So we looked at all of the orders that this brand has, and we analyzed that the bundles were selling better. So basically what we did is we added this section which we called You Might Also Like, and then we had all of these bundles, and this increased the conversion rate by 22%. A second test that we ran for this brand is the premium design, right? We wanted to create more of a premium feel for the brand, because the more premium your brand is associated and perceived from the customer, the more they're going to be willing to pay. So we also redesigned this section, right, of the bundles that we had, and redesigned it, made it smoother, made it look better. And this also added an additional revenue of over $150,000 per year. So the key learning here, and this is why I gave you these 2 examples, is it's not always about completely revamping everything and changing a lot. Sometimes it's also just changing small stuff or iterating small stuff, which is also going to lead to way more profit. At the end of the day, for you, it just comes down on what do you need to change to make more profit. Another learning is you have to figure out your biggest leverage activities, right? This is super individual from brand to brand, and that's why I'm also showing you so many different examples. So just to kind of recap of what we went through, one super important thing is customer certainty. If you remember in the beginning, we talked about adding the size guide to help people understand what option they need, right? You can add this for fashion. You can add this for basically anything where you have different variants, like a size guide or, I don't know, nutrition guide, whatever it is, right? Wherever you have different options, you should add a guide like this that gives your customer certainty. Secondly, social proof, where we showed the amount of people that already bought the product. This is also super powerful because it creates trust for your prospects. The other one that we talked about was the meta simulation. So basically future pacing your prospect on how they're going to feel when they have the product so that they can envision themselves using the product or how it's going to change their life. Another one was the new narrative that we talked about from Kinobody. So taking your offer and changing the narrative so it's not comparable to other offers anymore. We talked about the premium design. So design is also a big one. And we talked about the bundles. Having bundles is also a big one. Again, these simple changes made millions of dollars for the brands where we've implemented them for. And again, it's also not how big of a change you test for, but rather figuring out what exactly you need to test for. So it's not about finding just one great change or just finding this one thing that you have to do, the one single silver bullet, but it's more about really having a data-driven process to make exactly the changes you need to make every single month to improve your profitability. So this is one of the key learnings that I had from working with all of these huge 8 and 9 figure brands. Is the only way to stay ahead of the competition is to keep iterating and testing. Here's my advice for you on what to do next. If you're below 10 million per year, watch this, right? Just click here. It's basically this video that a lot of people saw it, where I talk about landing pages and basically what landing pages you need. And if you're above 10 million per year, then just click on this image. It's going to take you to a page where I have a 45-minute breakdown, which is exactly for brands like yourself. You're doing above 10 million per year, then you should implement this process in order to increase your conversion rates, increase your average order value. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're at the end of the presentation. Hope you enjoyed this. As always, let me know how you like this video in the comment section down below, and I will see you in the next video. Peace out.
So we're at the end of the video now. I hope you really enjoyed this. Again, I've put all of this into a document that you can access down below in the comment section. So click on this to get all of the resources. And if this was helpful for you, I would really appreciate you sharing this with a friend or fellow marketer, because there's a lot of effort going into this. And we want to make sure to help as many people as possible.